Mr. Connell, could you please open the doors? Order. Order. We will now start the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care. Oh. No, I do not recognize. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am tabling on behalf of the Minister of Justice the 2023-2024 annual report of the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm tabling on behalf of the Minister of Justice the 2023-2024 Minister's Annual Report on Accessibility.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Speaker's Gallery today, we have 3 special guests from the Atlantic Pilotage Authority who were recently involved in a search and rescue mission of 2 Royal Canadian Navy sailors after their boat capsized in the Bedford Basin. I would ask that they please rise as I introduce them so that they may receive the warm welcome of the House. Captain John Burke. Deckhand Scott O'Reilly. And joining them today, Captain Peter McKenna.
Welcome to the House, and thank you. Thank you for your service. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on the following day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on January 24th, tragedy struck Nova Scotia when a boat of the Royal Canadian Navy carrying 2 of its sailors capsized in Halifax, Bedford Basin, tragically resulting in the death of one of the sailors. And whereas upon hearing a distress call over the radio, pilot boat crew from the Atlantic Pilotage Authority responded immediately, arriving on scene within minutes and began a search and rescue mission. And whereas the Atlantic Pilotage Authority crew swiftly and efficiently located the overboard sailors and recovered them from the water and immediately administered first aid treatment before they were transferred to the hospital for further treatment. Therefore, it be resolved that all members of this House recognize the heroic efforts and actions of the Atlantic Pilotage Authority, of Captain John Burke and Deckhand Scott Riley, and commend them for their quick response on their call of duty. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. It's nice to have some real live heroes here in the audience today. I recognize the Honorable Minister of the Public Service Commission
and African Nova Scotian Affairs. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination reminds us that racial discrimination continues to harm communities, limit opportunities, and deny people their fundamental rights and dignity across Canada. And whereas the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination is observed annually on March 21st, to commemorate the tragic loss of 69 lives in 1960 in Sharpeville, South Africa, when police opened fire during a peaceful demonstration against apartheid, passed laws. And whereas Nova Scotia has taken action to address systemic racism, hate, and inequity by passing the groundbreaking Dismantling Racism and Hate Act, releasing the Provincial Equity and Anti-Racism Strategy, and establishing the Equity Impact Assessment Guide and Tool. Therefore, be it resolved that this House reaffirms its commitment to combating racial discrimination by strengthening anti-racism policies, advancing economic equity, and urging all Nova Scotians to confront discrimination in all forms as we work toward removing barriers that impede African Nova Scotians in all racialized communities. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
My apologies, Minister. I should have acknowledged you by the Minister of Africa and Nova Scotia Affairs, but I did not know your resolution. There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Halifax Grain Elevator is the last ocean elevator in Atlantic Canada with the deepest grain export berths on the East Coast. And whereas the Halifax Grain Elevator provides inbound and outbound vessel access and is served directly by sea and rail. And whereas the Halifax Grain Elevator has been the export gateway for Nova Scotia commodities, supporting Atlantic Canadian soybean farmers and the Nova Scotia rural economy, therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House join me in supporting the continued operation of the Halifax Grain Elevator at the Port of Halifax and recognize the value of this infrastructure on Halifax's waterfront and request the federal government's continued investment in this important piece of infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Public Accountability with Respect to Unproclaimed Legislation.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Public Accountability with Respect to Unproclaimed Legislation.
Bill 106, an act to ensure public accountability with respect to unproclaimed legislation.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to title a bill, the title, An Act Respecting Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Member 2 begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Fetal Alcohol Syndrome Disorder. I said it wrong.
Bill 107, an act respecting fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Gaming Control Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Gaming Control Act.
Bill 108, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Gaming Control Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Easy morning this morning. Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia is built on the belief that everyone deserves the chance to thrive, including people with Down syndrome. And whereas recently we've had seen troubling steps backward. Government decisions threaten to undo the progress our community has worked tirelessly to achieve. Lack of funding, exclusion from essential programs, and barriers to full participation in society have never been okay. And in 2025, we refuse to go backward. And whereas Nova Scotians with Down syndrome deserve the same access to basic rights and opportunities as everyone else. It's time for action, not excuses. Therefore, be it resolved that this House refers the following matters to the following standing committees for the purpose of reporting back to the House on their findings and recommendations. Human Resources, a new funding model for the province to increase classroom support for students with Down syndrome. Health, an initiative to expand specialized training and research for healthcare professionals working with individuals with Down syndrome. Community Services, a strategy to protect people with Down syndrome from losing disability benefits when they seek work, establish a housing benefit to allow individuals with Down syndrome to access living arrangements that support their independence. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The motion is tabled. Statements by, I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotians with Down syndrome are a vibrant part of our communities, workplaces, and schools, and whereas March 21st is recognized as World Down Syndrome Day in Ontario and Prince Edward Island, and whereas World Down Syndrome Day is an opportunity to raise awareness, promote inclusion, and celebrate individuals with Down syndrome. Therefore, be it resolved immediately upon passing of this resolution, the order of the day, private members and public bills be called, and the questions for second and third reading of Bill 57, an act to establish Down Syndrome Day, be put forthwith without amendment or debate, and that the bill be committed. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Fall River Waverley Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we recognize the International Day for the Elimination of Racism, racial discrimination, I rise today to celebrate the significance of this day, not only here in Nova Scotia, but around the globe. This year marks the 60th anniversary of this internationally observed day and serves as a powerful reminder of our commitment to building society where everyone feels welcome, valued, and respected. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to ending racial discrimination in all its forms, championing equality and fostering understanding among diverse communities. Our government remains dedicated to prioritizing initiatives that support often underrepresented groups. We recently provided $400,000 in grants to 11 community organizations across this province to support projects addressing systemic issues and inequalities, as well as anti-racism education efforts. Let's use this day not only to reflect on the progress we have made, but also to commit ourselves to the work that lies ahead. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in observing this important day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In your gallery today is Mia Sakonel Tawia. I'm sorry, Mia. I ask her, she is the Executive Director of the YWCA, and I ask her to rise to receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. Yes. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I practiced that last name many times as well. I rise today to recognize Mia, Executive Director of the YWCA Halifax and recent recipient of the King Charles III Coronation Medal. Through her commitment to the YWCA and Halifax community, Mia leads efforts to build gender equality and support for young women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people and their families. A writer of letters, a collector of stories, a listener, a reader, a traveler, Mia has intertwined her life with so many. As a decision maker, policy informer, and not-for-profit leader, Mia's work transforms lives, addressing inequality, violence, poverty, and homelessness. Mia is a resident of Halifax-Chebucto who is making a lasting impact in the Halifax Regional Municipality, both at an individual and systemic level. Please join me in applauding Mia for her long-standing advocacy in the not-for-profit sector and for working tirelessly to better the lives of those in difficult circumstances. We thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too want to rise in my place to recognize today the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I appreciate the comments from the Minister, and I stand in my place as our caucus. I was the proud representative of Whitney Pier for a number of years in this legislature, as well as the community of Member 2. There are 50 distinct African Nova Scotian communities across the province, and there are people in those communities and across this province that do the work every day to continue the fight to eliminate hate. I do want to recognize my friend and colleague, the former Premier, who opened the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism while he was Premier, and that office has really been the foundation for a lot of the good work that is done. So I do want to rise in my place to recognize the day and recognize all of the people who do the work and all of the advocates that continue to ensure that everyone feels equal in this province. The work will never end. The journey will always continue to ensure that we eliminate hate across Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate World Down Syndrome Day. On this day, we join people around the world in raising awareness, promoting inclusion, and honoring the contributions of individuals with Down syndrome. The date, March 21st, or 321, was chosen to symbolize the triplication of the 21st chromosome, which causes Down syndrome. This is a day to reflect on the importance of acceptance, understanding, and support for individuals with Down syndrome and their families, as well as to celebrate the diversity they bring to our lives. Here in Nova Scotia, we are fortunate to have organizations like Halifax Down Syndrome Society, whose work and dedication to providing resources and support for families and individuals with Down syndrome in the Down syndrome community is truly inspiring.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. On this International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, I stand with Nova Scotians and people worldwide against racism. We see daily the impact of racism, from privileged aggressions to systemic barriers affecting access to basic needs such as housing, employment, and education. Nova Scotia, with its diverse and rich in heritage communities, must lead. We must strive in equity in policing, healthcare, and education. We must engage directly with equity-deserving groups. We must listen to and empower them. Education is key. We must teach our children the true colonial and racial history of, unfortunately, every corner of the world. We must teach our children empathy, understanding, and acceptance. And we must move beyond performative allyship and engage in meaningful action in dismantling racism, colonialism in all its forms. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Nowruz, the Persian New Year. This is a joyous occasion marking the arrival of spring and the renewal of nature. Celebrated by millions around the world, including here in Nova Scotia, it's a time of unity, reflection, and hope. Aligning with the spring equinox, this celebration symbolizes balance and harmony as day and night are of equal length. It reminds us to honor traditions, embrace new beginnings, and strengthen the bonds of family and community. It's not only a celebration of the rich cultural heritage of the Persian community, but also a reminder of the values that we share of hope and the importance of coming together in unity. Speaker, as we welcome spring, let's recognize the contributions of the Persian community to Nova Scotia and celebrate the diversity that enriches that province. I invite members of the legislature to join in celebrating Nowruz and embrace its message of hope, harmony, and renewal. May this year bring peace, prosperity, and happiness to all. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, today is World Down Syndrome Day. My brother Adam and my cousin Barbara have Down syndrome. Like 45,000 other Canadians, Adam and Barbara have taught our families so much about love, compassion, acceptance, and patience. On World Down Syndrome Day, it is not enough to wear one's socks and post pictures on social media or make speeches. Without action, it is only performative. This year's theme is Improve Our Systems. Calls on government to take meaningful action on education, supports, healthcare, income assistance, and disability supports, and housing supports. Families also need the support, as they are often with their family members with Down syndrome and often are supporting them, Madam Speaker. Support is a key human right that helps make other rights possible. The support each person needs varies, Madam Speaker, and if government really wants to help people with Down syndrome, they take meaningful action. Thank you.
No. Before I move on, I beg leave. I know this will be my second time. Beg leave to do a short little introduction. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize Sarah Johnson. She's working on a BA at Dalhousie University in political science, and she's working with my office for the political networking initiative. So if you could please stand, and we'd like to give you a warm welcome. Hi, Sarah. Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time and learn a lot from all of us here. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to rise in my place too and recognize World Down Syndrome Day. And every year I like to recognize the Cape Breton Zoom Timers and the Cape Breton Down Syndrome Society. The Zoom Timers have met with premiers, they've met with cabinet ministers, they've interviewed many people in here, they interview musicians all over, and I can tell you they bring so much love and support and happiness into the community. I'm very honored to be their buddy. We get to go to hockey games together a lot. They love the Eagles, and we do our best to hang out the best we can. They make my life better. And so I rise in my place to recognize all my buddies with the Cape Breton Zoom Timers and the Cape Breton Down Syndrome Society. And I try to recognize one every time I do a member statement. So one of my buddies is Ryan Delaney. He's a wonderful young man. He's the best dresser I've ever seen. And he loves going to the hockey games and hanging out with his buddy Max Murphy. So I rise in my place to recognize all of them. But I recognize my good buddy Ryan Delaney. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I read my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Joining us in the gallery today, I'm honored to introduce Joyce Carter, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Halifax International Airport Authority. Joyce, I would ask you to please rise to receive a very warm welcome from the members of this House.
Welcome to the People's House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the inspiring contributions of Joyce Carter, President and Chief Executive Officer of Halifax Stanfield International Airport Authority. Throughout her career, Joyce has been integral in Halifax Stanfield's growth and development, which fuels the Nova Scotia's economy, contributing $4.2 billion annually, serving millions of passengers and handling significant cargo volumes. In addition to leading an exceptional team at HIAA, Joyce is committed to supporting and advising the aviation industry through various board memberships, locally and internationally. As an accomplished leader, she has received numerous awards, including being named one of Atlantic Canada's top 50 CEOs by Atlantic Business Magazine from 2017 to 2020, one of Atlantic Canada's 25 most powerful women in business, and one of Canada's top 100 most powerful women in the most powerful CEOs category in 2023. Joyce continues to ensure that Halifax Stanfield leads in aviation innovation and consistently ranks amongst the world's top airports. We thank Joyce for her role in ensuring that Halifax Stanfield International Airport continues driving connectivity, economic growth, and benefiting all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the International Day for the Elimination of Racism, Racial Discrimination. I rise to recognize this day, and it has been talked about by my colleagues, so I won't reiterate all of those wonderful words, but I also rise to recognize that, you know, we as legislators hold a role in making sure that we uphold that and we eradicate racial discrimination. Yet the reflection in our legislation speaks otherwise. We have spoken in this House multiple times about the lack of communication with our Indigenous brothers and sisters. We've spoke multiple times about how the lack of just plain respect to communicate with African Nova Scotians has been, you know, one of the priorities that are being dismissed. Our African Nova Scotians are not being consulted on the legislation that's being brought forward here in this House that will impact their land and water for both our Indigenous and African Nova Scotian folks. So affirming this day is very important, but our actions speak louder than words. So let us show all Nova Scotians that we are ready to act on the things that matter most, and one of those things is eradicating racial discrimination.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to recognize Brunello resident David Schwartz. Him and his little dog Twiggy have become ambassadors of the dog community around the Brunello area. He is responsible for encouraging a fence around the park. It's become a de facto dog park that's owned by HRM. And if it wasn't for David, we wouldn't be seeing so many people out. And all the kids love Twiggy. It's great to see such a community come around and get together. So Dave continues to maintain the park. He put the garbage out there and he actually maintains it, goes above and beyond to make sure that we have that park there. He's also, I would credit David for encouraging HRM to make it more pedestrian friendly around the neighborhood, and he pushed very hard to see crosswalks around the Timberley Village Parkway. So thank you, David, on behalf of the local community and on behalf of the Nova Scotia Legislature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the Sarek Saints girls hockey team. A little more than a year ago, the Saints and East Antigonish Mustangs joined forces to form a team for the first time. They did very well as a first-year team, advancing to provincials and winning silver in a one-goal provincial championship game. This season includes another milestone. The Saints are hosting the 2025 School Sport Nova Scotia Division II Girls Hockey Championship at the Port Hawkesbury Civic Centre. 6 teams from across the province will face off: Dalbrae, West Kings, Tatamagouche, Hants East, and Middleton. Action starts today and wraps up with the championship game Sunday. Madam Speaker, I'd like to wish the best of luck to all the Sarek Saints hockey players as they host their first ever provincial championship, including my own constituents, Jada Breen, Sydney Wood, and Georgia Wood, and of course, Madam Speaker, my own daughter, Lucy Morrow. And a special thank you to the team's dedicated coach, Lance Hawley, and his staff for their work this weekend and all year, as well as all the parent volunteers who stepped up to make it happen. Go Saints. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Take it outside, fellas. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park, or Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise today to mark International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. This day was created as a response to the killing of 69 protesters at a peaceful anti-apartheid demonstration in Sharpeville, South Africa in 1960. The 2025 theme is 60th anniversary of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. On December 21st, 1965, the United Nations General Assembly adopted this convention. As the first of the UN's core international human rights treaties, the convention set the stage for future human rights advancements. Its commitment to eliminating racial discrimination and promoting equality underpins the ongoing fight against racism and ideas and practices, and aims to foster global understanding and unity. The 60th anniversary of the convention calls for reflection on progress made against racial discrimination while highlighting ongoing challenges. Madam Speaker, it's time to reaffirm our commitment to equality and continue efforts to eliminate racism, ensuring justice and equal treatment for all.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Natalie Branscombe, an exceptional athlete, a leader and an ambassador for Special Olympics, excelling in swimming, curling, and basketball. Natalie's talents are matched only by dedication to building a more inclusive society. As a founding member of the Canadian Athletics Leadership Council, Natalie plays a key role in shaping Special Olympics programming nationwide. Whether advocating at events, refereeing, or cheering on teammates, Natalie's passion and spirit have made her a beloved figure in our community. Our commitment to inclusion and ability to inspire others are unparalleled. Natalie's presence uplifts everyone around her. Madam Speaker, I'm thrilled to congratulate Natalie on being awarded the Canadian Special Olympics Athlete Community Excellence Award, a well-deserved recognition of her tireless efforts. She's a true champion, not just in sport, but in life. Let's celebrate the remarkable achievements and legacy she continues to build. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to add a few words around the International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. You know, the day and the history of the day is rooted in international atrocities, and I would just want to bring the importance of the day down to a very micro level. In my community of Dartmouth North, I've been singing, and other constituents have alerted me to the fact that there have been a rash of very disturbing, racist, anti-immigrant stickers that people put up in public places, in parks, and on light poles and that kind of thing. I just want to say this is unacceptable. I want everyone, if they see this kind of thing, to tear them down, to throw them in the garbage, and to report the incidents to the Hate Crimes Unit of the HRP. Racism in any form is unacceptable, and we need to be leaders in fighting it. Thank you.
Agreed. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to make a couple of introductions.
Please do.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today in your gallery, I would like to welcome my husband, Craig, and my sons, Darwin and Dyson. I am so happy they could be here today because I wouldn't be standing in this spot at this moment without them. I truly am blessed, and I would ask that they rise and receive a warm welcome from all members.
Welcome to the house. You get a bird's eye view of what your mother does when she's in here. Okay. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Speaker. And I would also like to welcome Paula Huntley, who is also seated in your gallery. Paula is an active community member with a passion for service. She is a local business owner with a focus on recruitment, coaching, and mentorship. I'm so glad she could make the trip down and her first visit to the House. I would ask that she rise and receive a warm welcome from all members as well.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, on March 11th, the town of Trenton celebrates 114th anniversary of incorporation. Trenton has a vast industrial history, including being the location of the first pouring of steel in Canada, a milestone in a long history of steel making in Nova Scotia. Over the years, Trenton has been widely recognized for its manufacturing industries, including the production of glass, rail cars, and windmills. Today, the same location houses Trenton Woodworks, building off-site construction and manufacturing solutions ideal for generating new housing. The battery energy storage system project proposed for Trenton offers an opportunity in building sustainable infrastructure and making progress in Nova Scotia's transition to clean energy, bringing Trenton's rich industrial history into a sustainable, energy-efficient future. Trenton has a strong sense of history, community, and an active culture of participation. When told they are too small to have their own ice rink, several residents joined together to make it happen. In 1975, the group turned the rink over to the town free and clear of any debt, and the arena continues to be known as one of the best in Pictou County. Visitors also regularly flock to Trenton Park, which hosts 565 acres of beautiful, designated parklands, walking trails, playgrounds, and more. Recent additions of a skateboard park, pickleball and multi-sports courts, and the construction of the new Pictou County Sports Heritage Hall of Fame solidify Trenton as a significant recreational hub in Pictou County. Congratulations, Trenton, on 114 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On World Down Syndrome Day, I rise to recognize my angel boy, my brother Adam. Adam is truly a miracle. We nearly lost him when he was just a baby. He had meningitis, he had a hole in his heart, he had Down syndrome, and my little angel boy, he fought hard for this world, and he has taught us everything there is to know about compassion and love and understanding and acceptance, and he's teaching my girls that very same thing. He is truly the best uncle anyone could ask for. He loves them as if they were his own, and that's great because I love him as if he were mine. And so when I was pregnant with my daughter, I didn't think I could love someone as much as I love my brother. And I learned love grows. It doesn't divide. And my love for him and my love for my girls have grown, and their love for each other has truly cemented a wonderful relationship. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to recognize Cole Harbour community member Dr. Lisa Batten, the owner of the Best Kind Mud Shop. Originally from Newfoundland, Dr. Batten previously worked in post-traumatic stress disorder research, and using her knowledge, decided to build a community space in Cole Harbour for art and connection. Best Kind Mud Shop has been open since December 15th and is a welcome new addition to our community. The business employs 5 local teachers part-time and offers pottery lessons, workshops, and drop-in activities for residents of all ages. It is currently the only pottery retail store in Atlantic Canada. We're very fortunate to have it right here in our community of Cole Harbour. Madam Speaker, I ask that the members of this legislature to please join me in congratulating Dr. Batten on her new business and wishing her the very best in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, I rise to celebrate it's not my son's Gregorian calendar birthday, but it's his lunar calendar birthday. So he was born on Ramadan 21st, which is today. And so I rise today to take a moment to talk about all the things that motherhood has taught me. It has taught me same thing, that love grows. I have a little sister who I consider as sort of give my first baby. And so when I was pregnant with my son, everybody asked me, are you gonna love him the same way that you love your little sister? And of course I do. Love grows. He's taught me patience. He is a kid that will literally stop at flowers to smell them. And so, you know, it teaches me to take a moment and that there is really no rush in life. And to be curious and to ask the weird questions that come to mind. Because probably somebody else is wondering the same thing. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on World Down Syndrome Day to highlight the contributions of the incredible Dan Haley from Antigonish. Dan was awarded the Queen's Jubilee Medal in 2022. He is an exceptional member of our community. He cares about the people he meets, and he truly sees and honors where they come from. He is deeply interested in family connections and is an incredible local genealogist and knows a lot about everyone's family tree. He lives in the Heatherton group home. He's a loyal friend, and admittedly, he does work at the Heatherton Activity Center and 5 to $1, but I think we would all agree that Dan's greatest strength is in the role of supervisor and customer service. He is also a very good Special Olympian. You cannot leave time with Dan Haley without feeling better. So thank you to Dan. Our community is better because you're there, and I appreciate your kindness and friendship. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. The 2025 theme of this day is the 60th anniversary of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, marking a groundbreaking step in the global effort to eradicate racism. This set the stage for future human rights advancements. Its commitment to eliminating racism, discrimination, and promoting equality underpins the ongoing fight against racist ideas and practices aiming to foster global understanding and unity free from racial segregation. As legislators, all bills that go through this House should always be examined through multiple lenses that reflect our population in Nova Scotia. And Madam Speaker, we all have a role to play. All members of this House hold this responsibility and have a duty to Nova Scotians to eradicate all forms of racial discrimination, starting by our legislation.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Nova Scotian artist Victoria Manning on the opening of the Verney Art Gallery and Gift Store in Caledonia. Opened in the summer of 2024 and relocated to Caledonia Corner this past fall, the Verney features nature-inspired artwork by Nova Scotian artists, artisans, and various mediums. The gallery and gift store offer a wide variety of treasures ranging from rug hooking to ceramics to organic teas and soaps. With more than 25 years of experience in the arts and interior design industry, Victoria is actively engaging with the community and has opened the space up as a beautiful coffee shop serving locally made treats, and recently hosted an open mic night. Oh my gosh, can't get that out. Madam Speaker, I thank Victoria for choosing Queens to be the home for the Verney, and I wish her much success on this venture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to mark Nowruz, a vibrant celebration that occurs on the spring equinox. This ancient 300-year-old observation is celebrated across a range of traditions and cultures and symbolizes renewal and rebirth. Leading up to the celebration, communities engage in a thorough cleaning of their homes to purify their living spaces. The celebrations begin with the Festival of Fire, where participants jump over bonfires, a custom that again symbolizes cleansing negativity and ushering in health and warmth for the year ahead. The half-steam table is at the center of family celebrations, and families gather at the precise moment of the equinox. The table is layered with 7 symbolic food items, starting with the Persian letter S. This includes sabze, or lentils, samanu, sweet pudding, senjed, dried oleander fruit, seer, garlic, sev, apple, sumac, and sakir, vinegar. And families also add special other items. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to wish all those celebrating a happy Nowruz.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Rebecca Levine, who has been named the 2024 National Coach of the Year at the Canadian Special Olympics Awards Night. For the past 10 years, Rebecca has played a vital role within the Special Olympics Sackville Bedford Bravehearts community. As head coach for the swimming and basketball teams, her leadership has been transformative, shaping these programs into spaces of growth, inclusion, and excellence. Rebecca's approachable demeanor, paired with her dedication to inclusion, has drawn athletes of all abilities to her teams. Her passion has also inspired others to become coaches in helping her make a difference. Beyond her coaching achievements, Rebecca has been a driving force in the community's fundraising efforts, ensuring that these programs continue to thrive, whether on the court or at the pool or behind the scenes. Rebecca brings heart, vision, and dedication to everything she does. Under her guidance, athletes don't simply develop their skills, they grow in confidence as they are empowered with her support. Madam Speaker, I invite all members of this House to help me in recognizing Rebecca Levine for being named Canada's Special Olympics Coach of the Year. We thank her for her extraordinary work that she has done for Special Olympics here in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, the 2025 Theatre Nova Scotia Merit Award, celebrating the best and the brightest in the Nova Scotia theatre scene, is just around the corner. The gala event will be held at Albany Landing and celebrate the accomplishments in every aspect of theatre, from playwriting to fight direction. I would like to congratulate everyone who made theatre in Nova Scotia last year and give special shout-outs to the nominees from Dartmouth North. Burgundy Code for outstanding direction for Deepwater, and outstanding performance nominees Mary Faye Cody for Martha in The Mountain and the Valley, Ryan Rogerson for Joseph in The Mountain and the Valley, and Time in Chased by a Bear. All of those were produced by Two Planks. And the very handsome and talented Sebastian LaBelle for playing Harold in Leaving Home. I know many in this room know the value of theatre in our communities and our province. I ask that my colleagues join me in congratulating Theatre Nova Scotia and wish everyone a wonderful celebration. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, on the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which is observed annually on the day the police in Sharpeville, South Africa, opened fire and killed 69 people at a peaceful demonstration against apartheid passed laws in 1960. The United Nations General Assembly reiterates that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and have the potential to contribute constructively to the development and well-being of their societies. The current geopolitical situation calls us all to be even more on guard, to ensure all human beings are free from racial discrimination. I want to thank my colleagues here in the House that continue to advocate for positive change, especially the Minister for African Nova Scotia Affairs, as well as the member from Halifax Needham, and all members that work towards this. I also would like to recognize local organizations like CANZA and the Multicultural Association of Cumberland. We all have a part to play. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate figure skater Dwayne Carroll on his incredible achievement at the Nova Scotia Winter Games in Greenwood. As Truro's first Special Olympic figure skater, Dwayne's dedication and passion for the sport have truly shone through. Winning gold is a testament to his hard work and the unwavering support of his family, community, and his incredible coach, Kathy Boudreau. Dwayne's inspiring journey is a source of pride for Truro and a reminder that determination knows no limits. Dwayne, you have made history and inspired so many with your talent and commitment. We celebrate your well-deserved success and look forward to seeing where your figure skating journey takes you on the next step. Congratulations once again on your gold medal and this outstanding accomplishment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in memory of 4-year-old Kaylin Monroe, who lost her courageous battle with cancer on January 29, 2025. In October, with a big smile on her face, Kaylin rang the bell at the Audi Bouquet. She was cancer-free. But on December 6th, her parents, Emily and Will Monroe, received the heartbreaking news that the cancer had returned. Kaylin's courageous battle touched the hearts of us all, and in the face of unimaginable hardship, the community rallied together in support. Throughout her journey, Kaylin and her parents faced each challenge with unmatched bravery, maintaining an environment of positivity and cherishing every moment together as a family. Madam Speaker, I'd ask for a moment of silence to remember dear, sweet Kaylin, her parents, and the incredible people of Hants West, whose kindness and love reminds us of the power of community, even in the darkest of times. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Please be seated. I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to offer the congratulations to Tim and Rhonda Lockhart, the entrepreneurs behind Stand and Stuff Your Face, a food truck renowned for its exceptional cuisine. With a shared vision of staying in Cape Breton and creating their own future, they embarked on a journey to bring their dreams to life. In 2015, their vision materialized when they launched their food truck, bringing a mobile restaurant experience to the residents of Cape Breton. Since then, Stand and Stuff Your Face has become a staple across the island, known for its ever-changing creative menu. Not only do Tim and Rhonda travel across Cape Breton with their food truck, but they also provide catering and barbecuing services, bringing their culinary experience to a variety of events. Their success is a testimony to the power of hard work, resilience, and believing in one's dream. Tim and Rhonda have truly carved out their own path, and their dedication to their craft has made a lasting impact on our community. I want to congratulate Tim and Rhonda to turning their dreams into a reality and for continuing to inspire others with their entrepreneurial spirit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to announce that Isabel Cole, a talented 13-year-old judo athlete from Waverley, has earned a silver medal at the prestigious Matsume Cup in Denmark, marking her first international tournament. Competing in the under-18 category, Isabel showcased exceptional skill and confidence, ultimately securing her place in the U15 category, where she triumphed over opponents from Sweden, Finland, and Great Britain. This event provided a unique opportunity for our young athletes, including Isabel, to train with peers from more than 10 countries, fostering lasting connections in the judo community. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating Isabel on her outstanding achievement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize World Water Day, which is tomorrow, March 22nd. Water is one of the social determinants of health and is a key factor to improving health outcomes and inequalities. Access to safe and adequate drinking water has been identified as an essential component for protecting, maintaining, and promoting public health and reducing the total burden of diseases. While the United Nations focus for World Water Day this year is the glaciers, which are nature's vaults, holding a precious resource, nearly 70% of all fresh water on Earth, my focus is more local. The importance of safe drinking water for Nova Scotians. Rock formations can leach naturally occurring substances like arsenic, cadmium, iron, manganese, and uranium into our water. And our own government website cautions Nova Scotians about testing their well water for both arsenic and uranium. In honor of World Water Day tomorrow, I commit to promoting well water testing for all those living in rural Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak about a valued lifelong resident of Bass River, Wendy Cox. For many years, Wendy has been the go-to person when you need information, advice, or have a problem. Madam Speaker, Wendy serves on the board of Victoria Hall, a 130-year-old building situated in the heart of Bass River, which, interestingly enough, is the only building built in the 1800s that's still being used for its original purpose in our province. Wendy organizes bottle drives, rents the building out for parties, baby showers, and youth functions, and holds a card party every Wednesday. Madam Speaker, throughout the year, Wendy and the board hold community concerts showcasing local artists from along the shore. These concerts have been a springboard for many young musical careers. Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize and thank Wendy Cox for her organizational skills and her dedication to our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize and pay tribute to a friend and colleague of many of us here in the legislature, former member Reverend Larry Harrison.
Larry.
As we all know, Larry dedicated his life to serving others, be it through his ministry, as a member of this chamber, or as a volunteer with various community organizations. Larry has always played a big part in making our lives and our community better. In recognition of his years of service, Larry was presented with the King Charles III Coronation Medal by Cumberland Colchester Member of Parliament Dr. Stephen Ellis at a ceremony on March 2nd. I ask all members to join me in congratulating Larry on this well-deserved recognition and thank him for his dedication and service to our communities. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a good friend of the community, Chris Price. Chris is an all-around great person, and he's also a dedicated entrepreneur and owner-operator of Price's Right Trucking and Moving. Chris consistently goes above and beyond for our community, whether it be volunteering with his trucks or organizing community cleanups of the riverbeds, beaches, and back roads. You'll find Chris offering a helping hand anywhere. Whenever the locals require a truck and some extra muscle, Chris and his team are there ready to step up. He consistently goes above and beyond, giving up his time, energy, and labors, making a positive difference in our community. His community to serve generosity and sets up powerful examples for the next generation and for our business community. Thank you for all that you do, Chris. Your unwavering dedication to making a positive difference is greatly appreciated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West with 10 seconds.
I just want to give a happy birthday to my brother, Ryan Sheehy.
Order. The time has expired. We will now do orders of the day. Oral questions put by members to minister. The time is 10 o'clock. We will finish at 10:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday the Premier sent a letter to the new Prime Minister outlining projects in this province that he is looking for federal partnership on. While many of these projects are badly needed for Nova Scotians, there was one that was notably absent, pharmacare. The federal government has already committed money on the table to get free birth control and diabetes medication for thousands of Nova Scotians. If the deal on the table isn't good enough, why isn't the Premier advocating for a better one?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Certainly the pharmacare deal, we continue to be in discussion with the federal government through the departments, Health Canada and Department of Health and Wellness. So we know that there are opportunities, but we also know that that deal is potentially going to sunset in 3 years, and we need to ensure that, number one, We have the right things covered in that deal. We're working with local experts to understand what our current coverage is, what the potential is within the deal around diabetes care specifically. So the discussions are ongoing, but we do have a responsibility to make sure that we have the right deal to ensure that Nova Scotians have access to the care that they need. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, the Premier was silent on this priority in his letter. Nova Scotians have seen this government change and shift priorities very quickly. The things they campaigned on last fall were not part of the agenda we've seen here, and nor were many of them part of the letter that we saw sent to Prime Minister Carney. People are left wondering where this government stands on things like healthcare and housing. It is baffling that the Premier wouldn't mention pharmacare for the thousands of Nova Scotians who pay out of pocket for vital medication they could get for free when he was outlining priorities to the new Prime Minister. Why is this government making Nova Scotians wait for free diabetes care and contraception?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really do believe that Nova Scotians know that we have been consistently and persistently focused on health care since at least 2 years before the election in 2021 as a party and now as a government. We have a record number of investments. We have done a number of things. We're very focused on the ways in which we provide care to Nova Scotians, particularly proud of the continuous glucose monitoring program, which was cited by the Canadian Diabetes Association as the best in the country. We work every day to look at how best we can cover things that Nova Scotians need. We look at it in a variety of different ways in a mixed model. We'll continue to do that. We understand that there is a potential opportunity with the federal government. Just because it's not in a letter does not mean it is not top priority, certainly for myself and the Premier. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
And yet that letter outlined our priorities in working with the federal government. And you know what? We don't need the federal government. If this was a priority, many governments provincially have covered the cost of contraception because they understand that removing barriers to accessing birth control is an equity issue. It is well documented that intimate partner violence is a problem in our province, and making birth control free is one of many recognized steps governments can take to ensure that women in coercive and controlling relationships have more options. With this ongoing epidemic, the government must act urgently. What is this government waiting for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we understand that there is urgency around a number of different things in relation to the healthcare file. We are not able to separate one part of that agreement from another. That bilateral agreement encompasses both. It's both birth control as well as diabetic care. We need to ensure that we have the right deal, that it's sustainable for Nova Scotians. And it doesn't mean that in future budgets or in future times, if we are not able to sign a bilateral agreement, that we won't continue to expand programs. We have shown year over year we expand where we can. The continuous glucose monitoring, the change in the pump program for insulin-dependent people living with diabetes. So we'll continue to look at our programs and see how best to serve Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our caucus as well was concerned yesterday when we saw that the letter that the Premier sent to the Prime Minister outlining the top priorities of this province, pharmacare, wasn't included in it. We know the provinces like Manitoba, PEI, and BC have signed a federal deal to provide free contraceptives and diabetes medication, and this government has yet to come to a deal. Nova Scotians are paying out of pocket for essential medications while the costs keep rising. My question to the Minister, through you, is she concerned that with an election coming on the horizon that Nova Scotia may lose its opportunity?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly, over the last number of years, we have been able to negotiate and sign a number of bilateral agreements with the federal government. Certainly, we're very proud of the Drugs for Rare Diseases, which was signed earlier this week. Will also give life-saving and life-giving treatment to a number of Nova Scotians. We do have to make sure that this deal, if it's available to us, is one that is sustainable. The money will sunset after 3 years, and if it's not sustainable, it will leave us in a very different financial position. So we continue to speak about the needs of Nova Scotians. We continue to speak about what would be the best interest of Nova Scotians when we're at those federal tables, and we will continue to do that regardless of who is the Prime Minister in Ottawa.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I said, Manitoba, PEI, and BC have signed the federal pharmacare deal, giving their residents free contraceptives and diabetes medication. But here in Nova Scotia, the government is still in negotiation. Earlier this week, the minister claimed that they can't sign because they need to be fiscally responsible as they negotiate. My concern is that as they continue that negotiation, we very well may see, with an election in 2 days, our fear is that if, in a change in government, Nova Scotia may lose its opportunity. I reiterate and ask the question, is the minister concerned if the Conservative government forms that there'll be no pharmacare deal for Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have confidence in our government and our ability to deliver healthcare services for Nova Scotians. We have one of the strongest diabetes programs in the country. We were very intentional, particularly around the continuous glucose monitoring program. We wanted to make sure that not only from a policy perspective that we were on the mark, but we wanted to work with the people who work in this sector, the experts like the diabetic education staff, nurses and dietitians who work every day with people living with diabetes to make sure that we were offering the best program possible. We'll continue to work with the experts in our province, and we will continue to talk to our colleagues in Ottawa.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I too agree there's good work happening in the health department when it comes to the work that this government has done and multiple governments have done. But the challenge here is that the Premier had an opportunity to send his first letter to the new Prime Minister of this country, and pharmacare was not part of his priorities. That is a concern for everybody who's paying attention to this, and coming to a deal that will help support so many Nova Scotians with the costs of medication. It is my hope that regardless of the federal election, that the opportunity will still be there. I am concerned with the fact that the Conservatives do win in Ottawa. So my final question to the minister is, can she provide any kind of timeline or update on how close Nova Scotia may come to a pharmacare deal?
Such a loving crowd. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said before, we're very committed to ensuring that Nova Scotians have access to the care and the medications that they need. We have a number of programs already in existence in Nova Scotia. We continue to review those. There is a number of individuals in our province who have private insurance, of course, and we have family pharmacare, we have senior pharmacare, we work with opportunities in social development. And if the member opposite is really worried about who's going to be in Ottawa, then maybe he should get his door knocking shoes on and maybe help and make sure that he gets the person in there that he's hoping for. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are currently 212 families living in provincially funded, very short-term housing. That's 212 Nova Scotian families living in cramped hotel rooms. These spaces lack kitchens to prepare meals, privacy for parents to decompress and regroup, and spaces for kids to play or do their homework. No family should have to live in a hotel room in this province. Does the minister think these conditions are acceptable for families?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, frankly, Madam Speaker, no, I don't think a hotel room is an appropriate place, and that's why our department and our department officials are working hard on programs and facilities to move people out of any hotels. It's better than living in a short-term shelter, but we want to make sure we have more supportive housing, more affordable housing, like the Rose, which we invested in. It's a great facility. It's got a playground, it's got a gym, it's got kitchens, multiple bathrooms for larger families. We need more supports and more facilities like that, and that's why we're working with our service providers across Nova Scotia to make sure we have places for families to go, so we'll no longer need to have hotels, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
So sometimes we're thinking and trying and discussing, and sometimes we have to make it happen right away, because I'll remind the minister there are 212 families who are not at the Rose, who are living in hotel rooms. Every family deserves a home that's suitable and affordable, and these families need non-market, deeply affordable housing immediately. Not only is this not being built with the urgency and speed required, but now the government is about to allow landlords to begin the eviction process just 3 days after rent is late. Why is this government making it easier for families to be forced out of their homes rather than making sure that families can find housing they can afford?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like again to correct the record regarding eviction notices, Madam Speaker. When a tenant is faced with an eviction notice, the clock stops when they file an application for the residential tenancy program. So I encourage the member to share the entirety of the program changes, Madam Speaker. We know that the solution to the housing challenges we're seeing in our province is more supply, Madam Speaker. We believe in the community housing sector. We are making investments, working with them, Madam Speaker, increasing our investment 10 times over the last number of years. We believe in building more public housing, Madam Speaker. We believe in utilizing the portfolio of the existing public housing to its entirety, ensuring that overhousing is being addressed, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Speaker, Trump's tariffs are going to increase the cost of building homes in this province, including the cost of homes being built by this government. Duncan Williams of the Construction Association of Nova Scotia has explained that it may no longer be affordable for this government to do 5 projects, and maybe it's only affordable to do 3. Madam Speaker, my question to the minister that's responsible for housing is this government committed to spending what it takes to ensure that all of the promised public housing units are delivered on schedule?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, our commitment to addressing the housing challenges in our province is crystal clear. We have an Action for Housing plan, unprecedented, groundbreaking investments over 5 years, Madam Speaker, to pave the way to build more than 42,000 to create the environment to build more than 42,000 new units, Madam Speaker. We are meeting and exceeding our targets. We believe in increasing supply. We believe in maximizing our existing public housing portfolio, ensuring that the most vulnerable Nova Scotians are the ones that are in there. We know that there's overhousing. We're tackling that, Madam Speaker. We know that we have to support our most vulnerable Nova Scotians, and we'll continue to do that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, crystal clear with no timeline. I don't know how that works, but paving the way is not giving people homes right now. So as we know, the tariffs are going to impact the ability of other housing providers to deliver homes that Nova Scotians can afford. Speaking on private market supply, Duncan Williams further explained, you're going to see second guessing on budgets. You're going to see projects delayed. You will see projects canceled because they're simply going to be priced at a point where the market just can't bear them. Madam Speaker, will this government increase the number of truly affordable rent-geared to income units that they've promised to deliver? Now.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, it's a bit rich to hear that rhetoric coming from the member opposite that we're not doing anything and the plan's not crystal clear. If only the member's party would have started to tackle public housing. If only the member's party would have started the community housing investments that we're making. If only they would have come up with a plan to address the housing challenges that have been long on the horizon, Madam Speaker. We know that Nova Scotians are seeing and feeling uncertainty based on these Trump tariffs, Madam Speaker, but I want to reassure all Nova Scotians they have a government that's listening and ready to support them right across the board.
I'd like to recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development repeated that he's proud of his taxpayer-funded trip to celebrate the Donald's Big Day. He said we need to use every connection we have to present the tariffs threatened by President Trump. Yet this government won't use all of the connections available at home to them in this fight. Other provinces have brought together labor, industry, and Indigenous communities in the conversations on the tariff threat, something this government refuses to do. It's clear the minister thinks every connection means his old buddies from Parliament, but why doesn't he believe every connection means including the voices of all Nova Scotians who can help fight this economic threat here at home?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, there's another thing I'm proud of. I am proud of our Premier for going across this country and eliminating interprovincial trade barriers. I'm proud that he went to meet with the new Prime Minister and actually put Nova Scotia's priorities on the table. As this election's happening federally, we have to make sure that we send our message loud and strong, not only to Washington, but in Ottawa and across the country. So I'm proud to be part of a government that is leading this nation. I'm proud of a Premier that's putting forward legislation that's uniting this country. It's a Canada-wide approach. We can unify together and take down Donald Trump and his tariffs, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Madam Speaker, the question isn't about the trip the Premier's taking, it's about the Minister's trip. This trip was at the taxpayers' expense. We continue to ask the Minister to table his meeting schedules so Nova Scotians can know it was worth their money. Yesterday, the Minister also said we need our voices to be heard by American politicians, and we agree. We need to make sure Americans understand the harm tariffs will have on their jobs and communities. But other provinces have brought trade missions with them to America to help in these efforts. If the goal of the Minister's trip to America at taxpayers' expense was to address the threat of tariffs, why didn't he or the Premier invite Nova Scotia business and labor leaders as part of a formal trade mission?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, I mean, there were businesses and leaders from across Canada down in Washington, not celebrating the inauguration, but standing up for Canada, standing up for Nova Scotia. And the Premier has been doing this consistently since Christmas. Since he's been in Boston, he's been in New York, he's been in the national media down in the United States. They're working constantly for Intergovernmental Affairs and the Premier's office to try to make sure our message that these tariffs are not only damaging to Canadians and Nova Scotians, but to Americans as well. I'm proud of what our Premier's doing. I'm proud of what our government's doing. We're standing strong in support of Nova Scotia and making sure we challenge these tariffs, not only here, but in the States as well, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Tomorrow is World Water Day, a global reminder that safe, clean water is essential for our health and our well-being. Here in Nova Scotia, about 1/3 of our households rely on private wells for drinking water, but testing the water regularly can be expensive or even inaccessible for some families. Contaminants, can't say that word, like arsenic, uranium, copper, or bacteria or others can pose serious health risks, especially to children and seniors, yet many people are unaware that their water may be unsafe. Will the Minister commit to expanding access to free well water testing to ensure all Nova Scotians can safely drink the water from their taps?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for this very important question. With 40% of Nova Scotia's population being rural, access to clean drinking water is absolutely essential. My ongoing work with this continues. Tomorrow in Truro, the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage and I will be attending a water symposium to discuss these very issues. We know how important private well water is to Nova Scotians, and I continue to engage and learn about possible solutions moving forward. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and what a great announcement it would be tomorrow on World Water Day if the Minister would announce to Nova Scotians that have wells that they could have free access to testing of their water to make sure that their water is safe. That would be an awesome thing, and I'm sure the Minister will consider that. Public health experts and environmental groups and municipalities have been calling for free or low-cost well water testing to protect rural families for a long time. Access to clean water shouldn't depend on your postal code or your income. Families who live in rural Nova Scotia deserve the same peace of mind about their drinking water as those connected to municipal systems. So once again, Madam Speaker, will the minister, will his department remove financial and logistical barriers to well water testing here in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I think we'd all acknowledge in a time of extreme weather events, we know how impactful this issue is to Nova Scotians. Those that lived through the wildfires know firsthand just how devastating the impacts of these events are and how important it is to know that you have access to safe drinking water. The Department of Environment provides education campaigns. We provide information to residents, and I want this House to be assured that this is an issue of such importance that we placed a goal in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act to have a comprehensive analysis done on the barriers to accessing clean well water. The work is ongoing, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, the Children's Garden, a local daycare, is closing down at the end of April. This will leave parents in my constituency scrambling to find other childcare options. We're already in a childcare crisis, and parents are spending up to 18 months on wait lists with no ends in sight. Why is this government failing to keep childcare centers open and leaving families without options?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. The member brought this to my attention a couple of days ago, actually. It's something that the department has been working on. We've reached out to the providers, and we're looking at creating a plan so that nobody goes without childcare space. And we'll continue to work with them and keep the member informed so that she can communicate it back to her community.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. I would like to thank the minister very much for that answer. Speaker, the childcare crisis is hurting families across Nova Scotia. When families can't find childcare, they're forced to cut work hours, turn down promotions, or even leave the workforce altogether. This disproportionately affects women and makes it even harder for businesses to find workers. How can we justify a system where parents are forced to choose between their careers and caring for their children due to the lack of available childcare?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I agree wholeheartedly that not having adequate childcare is a barrier. Madam Speaker, that's why we take this very serious. We're working with our federal counterparts. We're working through an agreement, childcare agreement, that looks at the issues that we face here uniquely in Nova Scotia and the solutions around it. Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to do everything we can to ensure that everyone that wants to work has the opportunity to work, not just to work, but to go to school and live life to the fullest. And childcare is part of that, and we're committed to it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, the income assistance rates for unhoused folks was recently increased a full $23, going from $380 to $403 per month. Vince Calderhead, a Halifax-based human rights lawyer, demonstrated that the previous $380 monthly rate was in fact not enough to cover food, medications, and other basic goods. Does the minister believe that the $23 increase will help unhoused folks cover their basic needs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, reducing poverty is a complex process that no one measure is going to combat. The member failed to mention that this is indexed, so it will continue to go up with inflation. But we have many other supports for people that are suffering from poverty. We've put in school lunches, the disability benefit, raising the minimum wage not once but twice in the upcoming year. We're working hard to make sure we provide supports for people. But Madam Speaker, the best social program is a job, and we're connecting people to work. Our goal is to get them off income assistance, working and getting the pride of having a job and building up and supporting their own family, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
The number of folks receiving the unhoused income assistance rate has dramatically increased since this government took office. From 2021 to 2023, the number of individuals receiving this rate has increased from 1,500 to 2,500. Why are more Nova Scotians receiving this low income assistance rate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Opportunities and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, as I said in my last answer, our goal is to get people off income assistance and lower the amount of people that are requiring support from the taxpayer and the government. We need to be there at a time when they need us the most, and that's what we've done. But also, we have doubled the budget for employment supports, which connects them to work. It's gone from $9 million a year to $18 million a year, because we believe that all these people would love to have a job and love to be able to provide for themselves and their families. We're going to be there to support them with employment supports, job training, and connect them to work. And we know a lot of employers in Nova Scotia need workers. We're going to match them up, train them, and get those numbers down, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, CBRM Council has passed a bylaw to enhance tenants' rights. The bylaw will make it easier for landlords to be charged or even shut down for not providing safe living conditions. But some are raising concerns that the bylaw will be hard to enforce. Can the Minister of Growth and Development tell us if this government will provide enforcement support to keep renters in Cape Breton safe?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for this question. It does give me the opportunity to maybe go back to the Compliance Enforcement Unit report that, of course, was discussed in this House at the last session. We want to make sure that all renters and landlords have a positive relationship there, Madam Speaker, and we have made some changes to the residential tenancy program to make sure that the outcomes of what an enforcement and compliance unit could do there, Madam Speaker, that report gave us a look at what it could look like. So, Madam Speaker, when we looked at the report, we made sure that the residential tenancy program had changes. And now, Madam Speaker, I'm really proud to say that through that, we have hearing times that are down to 3 weeks there, Madam Speaker. So we want to make sure that, again, that's a positive relationship between the tenant and landlord and that they come to the program when they need it.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we've said time and time again that the tenancy is not working for Nova Scotians in our communities. This isn't the only housing problem CBRM is faced with. There are roughly 400 vacant buildings in the CBRM. Community members are worried about their safety, fearing that they will see something like the fire at the Bloomfield School site in their backyard. A vacant land tax could spur development at these sites, turning them from safety threats to safe, secure homes for residents. Will the minister allow municipalities to implement a tax on vacant land?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Municipal Affairs, we'll take this question under advisement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The wildfire that broke out in Tantallon in 2023, which burned a wide swath of suburban homes and woodland, continues to concern many residents in the communities that I serve. Many communities continue to be at extreme risk of wildfires, and residents would like to see governments initiate a proactive plan to ensure everyone can get out safely in the case of an emergency. Lake of the Woods and Cambrian Cove subdivisions in Hubli are at an extreme risk of wildfires according to their Fire Smart assessment. And these two subdivisions are linked together and share one main way in and out. As noted in the Lake of the Woods Fire Smart report, there are 215 homes and 1,000 residents, and they require a second egress without delay. Can the minister please confirm who is responsible for initiating an emergency egress? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Don't everybody jump up at once. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. It gives an opportunity to recognize that wildfire season has started this year. March 15th was the opening day for wildfire season. We did have a devastating season in 2023, as the member has pointed out. And yes, there are many communities that are working with their Fire Smart program and taking in initiatives. At some points, there are Crown lands that are available for egress. Typically, what would start that process is the municipality or the developer would start conversations to apply for access to Crown lands. We've been very open with HRM that any egress that needs to take place, we're a willing partner to be at that table. I know the members communicated several times on this issue, and I just want to let the member know and his constituents there's a willing minister here and a willing government to work on those egress plans to go further in the future.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the answer. The residents of Blind Bay and some other prospect communities are facing the same issues. The chairperson for the Shag End Lot Owners Association has a copy of a letter dated July of 2014 from the Department of Natural Resources approving easement over Crown lands to a developer that did not act on the offer. So I table that letter. Will the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables commit to using that same Crown land for emergency egresses? And will the minister agree to working with the League Group now to establish egress for the communities who require a safe exit during an emergency? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. I know that the members communicated to myself and staff earlier on this exact issue. It's my understanding that there may be a loophole where the issue did fall through, where it's a developer, not HRM, that's directly responsible for the egress out of that area. I've committed to the member that we will be looking at this and get together with that association and group, also with HRM, to ensure that there is a pathway forward to develop an egress out of that important area for an emergency. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few more questions on income assistance. Yesterday, the minister mentioned that the best social program is a job. This point, unfortunately, fails to recognize that there are many barriers to employment that Nova Scotians may face. A single adult with a disability who rents or owns receives approximately $17,000 a year, and the poverty line is $28,000 a year. Why does this minister believe that Nova Scotians who are unable to work should live $11,000 below the poverty line?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
I'd like to thank the member for the question. It gives me an opportunity to talk about the Disability Support Program. We have service providers throughout the province providing services to people that have disabilities, which maybe prevent them to work. We also have the Disability Support Credit. We raised it by $300. It's a monthly benefit that many people with disabilities across Nova Scotia get. But as I said, we need to make sure that we provide the supports that match the people and what their needs are. Sometimes it's employment services and connecting them to jobs. Sometimes it's increased benefits. Sometimes it's connecting them with services in their own communities for our service providers. Our Opportunities and Social Development Department and our officials are working with service providers, working with our clients across the province to provide them what they need, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. When Nova Scotians on income assistance are able to get jobs, this government knocks them back. As soon as someone makes more than $250 a month, the government starts reducing their benefits amounts. Why is the government punishing income assistance recipients for working?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and, I've said it 100 times, Social Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We're supporting people with disabilities and connecting them to work, and when they do work, they don't lose all their benefits right away. That's what used to happen in Nova Scotia. We've actually increased it so that they can keep more of their income as well as their benefits. So we'll continue to work with individual clients. The Disability Support Program, as we all know, through the Remedy, is providing individual funding or moving towards an individual funding system. We're going to work to make sure we're providing the supports necessary so people with disabilities can work and they can live in the community. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, we're going to give them the choice to live and work how they want, not what used to exist in this province. It's going to be individual, and it's going to be supportive of them, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, this week the Public Bills Committee heard from the relatives of 2 young men who were killed outside Halifax bars, in fact in Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island. Teresa Giffen and Lee Sawyer spoke at length about how their loved ones could have been saved by the Security and Investigative Services Act. Unfortunately, this act has never been proclaimed, and it will be repealed if the Justice Administration Amendment Act is enacted. Will this government honor the memories of Stephen Giffen and Ryan Sawyer and proclaim this act now?
I recognize the Honourable Deputy President of the Executive Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. Our hearts go out to the Sawyers and Giffens and all families who have experienced unimaginable tragedies under these circumstances. Our government is committed to doing everything that we can to support the safety of Nova Scotians. We have taken steps over the last few years to improve the safety in these areas, including in 2023, we introduced mandatory training and criminal record checks for security staff at all of our cabarets. And in 2024, we made responsible alcohol services training mandatory for all 2,500 provinces' licensees. And Madam Speaker, we will continue to do everything we can to keep Nova Scotians safe.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, safe serving training is really important, but the regulatory changes announced by this government only apply to cabarets, as the minister noted. So that's only a small percentage of bars in Nova Scotia, and they don't go far enough. Teresa Giffen and Lee Sawyer have clearly pointed this out. They explained in great detail in public bills how the government changes fall short, and they have called out this government for a lack of accountability. So the easiest thing to make Nova Scotians safer is to proclaim this act before the Justice Administration Act is enacted. How can this government keep listening to folks, provide them with the solutions and provide them with their stories, and refuse to proclaim this life-saving legislation?
I recognize the Honourable Deputy President of the Executive Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for clarity, I want to remind everyone that the purpose of updating the Interpretation Act is to improve clarity about enforced legislation. There are more than 200 pieces of outdated and unproclaimed legislation still on the books, like the Provincial Exhibition Act of 1923, the Insurance Act of 1932, and the Atlantic Stock Exchange Act of 1966. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that I do want to say is that this legislation that the member is referring to be proclaimed was introduced by an NDP government. So perhaps they would like to take an opportunity in the House to explain why they did not proclaim it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Madam Speaker, good morning. Former President of Doctors Nova Scotia, Dr. Colin O'Dane, explained, ideally what we'd like to see is attachment to primary care providers, and that's not what Maple provides. Last year, there were 48 doctors working for this government Maple vendor, a for-profit company's app. How many of those doctors left their practices and rosters to work for this government's app?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly the option for virtual care Nova Scotia that's offered through Nova Scotia Health and through Department of Health and Wellness is a publicly funded system. So those physicians are remunerated as they would be if they were in any other type of practice. Physicians are independent practitioners, and they are able to choose the type of work that they do and where they work. We certainly aren't in a position to limit that. So virtual care Nova Scotia is a publicly funded system, and so the physicians or nurse practitioners who offer services are paid by the public. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Madam Speaker, as we enter the weekend, Nova Scotia Health website shows their emergency room closures in Spring Hill, Pugwash, Liverpool, Canso, Sheet Harbour, while everyone else knows other emergency departments are operating day to day. My question is to the Minister, what's the plan to provide emergency services to rural Nova Scotia? Not next year, but next week, next weekend.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly, we understand that there is workforce shortages in relation to the emergency departments across the province, but there are a few things that are happening. Certainly, we work in communities within existing resources to see what availability is there for individuals who are trained and competent to work in emergency departments based on the level of emergency department that is in each community. We are looking at in-market places to recruit people who are emergency department trained, like South Africa as an example, who have a similar skill set to the requirements here in Nova Scotia. Very well-trained physicians. And certainly I want people to know that when they call 911, if they're in an emergency situation, they get care immediately. The dispatchers can attach them to care in the medical comm center.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. On January 19th, I attended a meeting with residents from southern New Brunswick and Cumberland County here in Nova Scotia. We heard directly from individuals and families affected by a debilitating illness, neurodegenerative illness known in the media as the mystery brain disease. We unfortunately have residents in Cumberland County that are experiencing these symptoms: seizures, balance problems, memory loss. It affects all genders and people of all ages. One woman presented a letter that said, after I've stopped drinking the water containing arsenic that people should not be given to an animal, my symptoms have diminished. So my question to the minister is, will he commit to doing a pilot program in Cumberland to see if well water in Cumberland County is safe?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly we know that there is an investigation that's opened in New Brunswick around atypical brain disease questions, and certainly the Chief Medical Officer of Health in Nova Scotia is keeping an eye on how things are going and in touch with those individuals. So we continue to watch the work and find out what is emerging in New Brunswick, and we will continue to work in partnership with them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. On January 20th, I wrote to the Minister of Health and Wellness and copied the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And in that letter, I asked the Minister to take a look at well water. The collaborative effort between New Brunswick and the Public Health Agency of Canada, they're doing a comprehensive investigation. They're looking to uncover this illness, identify any potential environmental or contributing factors. And one of the things that they're looking at is exposure to unsafe levels of toxins such as arsenic, which have been found in some cases. Access to safe drinking water is essential. Will the minister commit to starting a pilot program in Cumberland to see if water is safe?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as I said, we are aware of the pilot project that's happening in New Brunswick, and that there has been another investigation opened around a cluster of atypical brain disease. and certainly the Chief Medical Officer of Health in Nova Scotia is aware of that work and in contact. My understanding is that the health officials and officials involved do have a meeting that will be scheduled over the coming months, and certainly we'll work to understand what the steps forward are in New Brunswick and whether or not there's a role for Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, this government paid $300,000 for instructions on how to set up a residential tenancies enforcement unit. The enforcement unit would have improved tenant rights. And the government got pretty deep into the process of making this happen. The responsible department was even exploring different options for hiring enforcement officers, and I can table that information. Can the minister tell us why the residential tenancies enforcement unit was abandoned when it was so close to becoming a reality?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. So our focus, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that we have a residential tenancy program that works for tenants and landlords, Madam Speaker. Like I said in the previous question asked around the residential enforcement, we want to make sure that that is a positive relationship, Madam Speaker, and so we encourage everyone who has any questions, of course, to reach out. When we did have that report commissioned, Madam Speaker, as we spoke on the floor of the legislature in the last session, the outcomes of that wouldn't have made the improvements that some Nova Scotians would have been looking for, Madam Speaker. So we know that in other jurisdictions, they're not meeting the timelines that Nova Scotia is. So, Madam Speaker, I stand very proudly to say that we have made changes to our residential tenancy program to make sure that when there is a dispute between a landlord and a tenant, that they have a resolution in a very quick timeline.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, a resolution is not enforcement of the resolution. We're talking about the enforcement of the decisions that are made at the Residential Tenancies Board, which, according to the minister, worked well. The government keeps saying that the system is working and no enforcement unit is needed, but this wasn't always the case. In January of 2024, department staff defended the creation of an enforcement unit because, quote, there would be a balance in charges laid against a landlord or tenant, end quote. What or who changed this government's position on a residential tenancies enforcement unit?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so again, I want to highlight the fact that we do have a very good residential tenancy program there, Madam Speaker, and having the opportunity to meet with the teams and knowing that there are members located at access centres across Nova Scotia, they are there to do the good work to support tenants and landlords, Madam Speaker. It's been said before, if you have a program that has that ability to be able to find a positive resolution in a quick timeline, Madam Speaker, we make sure that in the changes that were made, that we're meeting and seeing hearings completed within 3 weeks, Madam Speaker. And we know in other jurisdictions, it's taking months. And in jurisdictions that have tenant compliance enforcement units, it's taking months, Madam Speaker. So we have to make sure that when there are disputes, there is a positive resolution in a timely manner.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotia Loyal is a promising program. We all know that highlighting, it is. We all know. Oh, come on. Let me ask my question. We all know that highlighting local products cannot simply be a short-term response to tariffs. And in order for our agricultural sector to thrive, we need this to be a long-term solution, a long-term sustainable practice. Folks on the ground would like to see the 10% discount for Wolfels Farmers Market to go expanded. Can the minister tell us that if the 10% discount will be expanded to the community-supported agriculture programs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am very proudly Nova Scotia Loyal. I know that members in our caucus are. We're embracing this program. It is a movement, Madam Speaker. We're looking at ways to ramp it up. We're looking at ways to improve it. The feedback that we're getting from producers and retailers, invaluable. I'll share for the benefit of the House from the owner and founder of Greenpaw. Through the Nova Scotia Loyal Initiative, the provincial government has made an incredible commitment to uplifting small businesses, fostering community connections, and encouraging Nova Scotians to support local. Seeing this program expand into major retailers and create real opportunities for businesses like mine is beyond inspiring. It's life-changing. To Minister LeBlanc and the entire Nova Scotia Loyal team, thank you. Thank you for believing us, for giving small businesses a seat at the table. And I'll table that.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to the ministers has expired. Government business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call the order of business government motions?
Order of business, government motions. I
Madam
recognize
Speaker.
the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that you get out of the chair and that the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole on bills.
We will have a short recess. So moved.
Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills shall come to order. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Mr. Chair, could you please call Bill 36?
Bill 36, an act respecting free trade and mobility within Canada. I recognize the Clerk.
Chair, Bill 36 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 20th, 2025, and contains 6 clauses.
Is there debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to see so many people here paying attention for this landmark interprovincial trade bill. We support the bill. But we are very alive to some of the criticisms that were brought in by a number of regulated professions at public bills. Unfortunately, those regulated professions were not able to bring amendments to public bills because we don't do that anymore. But they have suggested some, and I will say that I think a lot of their concerns are addressed in the government's proposed amendments, which again, I will point out, we have not seen prior to this moment, which have not been explained. So hopefully some member of the government will take the time to walk the House through these amendments. But I think what I want to say is that it's very, very important that we have a Team Canada approach. It's very important that we have a Team Nova Scotia approach. I think it's also very important that we acknowledge the value of an Atlantic Canadian approach. So just in the last 24 or 48 hours, we've heard Premier Susan Holt recommend an Atlantic Provinces free trade zone. We received correspondence this morning from the Executive Director of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, also recommending an Atlantic Canadian license, which Premier Holt has also recommended. We're not going to move amendments to that effect, but I would just suggest to the government that we can consider that. We have many great examples of how we can work together as a region. I think the most recent being the Atlantic bubble, right? I mean, we were really able to avoid some of the kind of challenge and pain of other jurisdictions because we were able to all work together. And I think that this is absolutely a time where we should attempt to do that again. I'm sure that this is a bill that will have literally thousands of unintended consequences. And I know that the government knows that. And I know that the intention of this bill is to act. And I think this is a place where we can all agree that action is needed. We have existential economic threats that are facing us. We have to actually shift the way we think about our economy, the way we think about our trading partners, the way we think about our markets. And ideally, we have to shift those westward as opposed to east and south, which, I mean, east we can still do. It's a little harder. It's a little more expensive. But, we have a long, long, long history of trading with the Boston states. And for now, that's going to change. So we support those provisions in the bill, and we won't be speaking to them. But we will be moving an amendment around regulatory bodies. Again, I want to say that this is a place knowing, I'm sure that there are industries and all kinds of folks who have comments about all kinds of other parts of the bill, but they've stayed quiet. And I think they've stayed quiet because they recognize the importance of the bill. However, when it comes to regulated professions, you're dealing with professions who are regulated in the public interest. And their concern is for Nova Scotians. And they came out in full force to say, this bill didn't get it right. I'll make the point I've been making all session again. This could have actually been avoided with literally a couple of conversations. Again, I think the provisions the amendments, as I understand them, with the gracious help of the Chief Clerk, will go some way to amending those. But but please, I mean, this is really important legislation, and while we all support it, we also understand that it will have a very disruptive impact, right? So it will be good. The spirit is good. As reciprocating jurisdictions sign on, it will be effective, it will be helpful, but it will be disruptive. It will upset people. There will be winners and losers in interprovincial trade. That is why it has been so difficult to move this needle for so long. So let's tread carefully. Let's be in conversation with the people we need to be in conversation with as regulations are formed for this, as we move forward. And I would again urge the government to please reach out to the folks who are impacted by this bill, to industry, to regulated professions, to labor, and understand those unintended consequences so that we can make sure that we're doing everything we can to be Nova Scotia strong and to be Team Canada in this moment when we so badly need it. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of the Liberal Party.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to take a few moments just to talk about the bill and talk about it a little more broadly. And I do want to thank everyone who has come in and presented on the bill at Public Bills. I'm sure there'll be some more discussion around it as we move forward. And you know, those opinions matter. That was something that I learned a lot that night from those regulators who came in and talked about the importance of the oversight that is in their industries that help. As my colleague said, you know, it's in the public interest. Those regulatory bodies and ensuring the integrity and safety. And in some cases of folks that may be coming to work in the province under our new environment, which is looking at breaking down barriers and expanding our opportunities away from our neighbors to the south. I just want to also say the idea of an Atlantic kind of corridor is important. I think it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy because, as has been said before, you know, there's a lot of reasons why interprovincial trade in some aspects never worked or was resisted, Mr. Chair. So, you know, we all go into this together. We're very supportive of the breaking down those barriers, working with our provincial neighbors and really right across the country to expand trade and our opportunities. The one thing I always like to say too as well is that we talk about business and we talk about, you know, giving businesses opportunity, but this is also a really great time in the Atlantic corridor to think about infrastructure projects. What are the region building projects that we can all partner with to ensure that if we're going to have an Atlantic market, that we have the infrastructure in every province to help support it. And that's why, Mr. Chair, something that you and I have talked about rail. You know, I use rail as an example from a Cape Breton perspective and interprovincial, ensuring that our both ports or all ports across the province have the ability to move product. But these are the projects I think we need to be thinking about as a region. You know, what does our air service look like? Like how can we as partners in an Atlantic market strengthen opportunities for air service, not only for passengers but for product? Rail is a big one, making sure that we have infrastructure that we can move product throughout the region. What do our ports look like, not just in Nova Scotia but across the region too as well? So there's opportunity for economic growth, there's opportunity for economic success, but there's also an opportunity to put a lot of people to work, especially in a tariff for building big infrastructure projects. Energy is a great example. You know, I mean, there's been talk for years about the intertie and what that means, and all of the provinces in the Atlantic region playing a part in our energy future. So I look forward to the conversations throughout this. This is something that our caucus has supported, and then, as I said, we've tabled bill after bill in the House to talk about the economy and things that we can do to show that we're supportive of the work that many people are going to be involved with to support businesses and families across the province. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Clause 2. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some amendments. Unfortunately for everybody here, not as long as last night, but they are long. Changes recommended on Bill 36, Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act. Page 1, Clause 2. Delete provinces and territories of and substitute province and jurisdictions within. Page 1, Clause 3. A. Add 1 immediately after the clause number. B. Add or the regulation after this act the first time it appears. C. Delete prevails and substitute and the regulations prevail. And D. Add the following subclause immediately after subclause 1 as renumbered. 2. Notwithstanding Section 1, this act does not apply to a person seeking to practice in or a licensed authority of a regulated health profession as defined in the Patient Access to Care Act. Excuse me. Page 1, subsection 4.1, delete and substitute. 1. In this section, reciprocating jurisdictions means a signature to the Canadian Free Trade Agreement other than the province that, as determined by the Governor and Council, has in force legislation similar to and corresponding with this act, or that has taken other satisfactory steps. Excuse me. Page 1, subclause 4.2, delete province and territories and substitute jurisdictions. Page 1, clause 4.3, delete manufactured or produced each time it appears and substitute manufactured, produced, or approved for use in each case. And B, delete province or territory each time it appears and substitute jurisdictions in each case. Page 1, clause 4, delete subclauses 4 and 5 and substitute the following subclauses. 4, subject to subsection 5, where a person is required under an act or regulation of the province to obtain a license or certification from a regulatory body of the province, the person is entitled to be issued such license or certification if the person holds an equivalent license or certification issued by a regulatory body of a reciprocating jurisdiction, and it is good standing with that regulatory body. 5. A regulatory body shall, before issuing a license or certification to a person entitled under subsection 4 to receive the license or certification, require the person to provide evidence that A, the person is in good standing with the relevant regulatory body of the reciprocating jurisdiction and that there's no outstanding complaints against the person in the reciprocating jurisdiction, and B, the person holds professional liability insurance satisfactory to the regulatory body. 6, where a person entitled under subsection 4 to receive a license or certification applies to a regulatory body of the province for the license or certification and provides the evidence required by subsection 5, the regulatory body shall issue a license or certification to that person within 10 business days. Page 1, subclause 5.1. Reletter paragraphs A and B as B and C and add the following paragraph immediately before paragraph B as relettered. A, respecting the evidence that a regulatory body may require under subsection 4.5.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very disappointing that we have no explanation of these changes. 3 pages of amendments not provided on this super all-important #1 priority of this Premier. But we're not told what they mean. So I'll take a shot. I'll take a shot at saying what these mean. So essentially what these are designed to do is to address the very real concern of the regulators who came forward. And that concern is as follows. If we drop all of the barriers to interprovincial labor mobility, we will have professionals practicing in jurisdictions where they're not governed. And that might sound like boring red tape, but lawyers, for example, are governed in the public interest. And when they're not, sometimes they steal millions of dollars from people, or they misrepresent them, or they have clients that end up in jail. These are real issues. Social workers, another example. Social workers work with the most vulnerable people in our province. And under the original wording of this bill, they would be not governed. They would just be allowed to come here without any regard to their standing in their own regulated body. So under the original wording of this bill, it would be very possible that you would have a social worker or a lawyer. I'm picking those two because those are the situations that I've been acquainted with. I think we also had a presentation around interior designers, and you could think like, well, who cares? Like, they just slap a coat of paint on. But they also think about electrical, and they also think about wiring, and they also design things that can actually be harms and need to be trained to do that as they draw plans. So these are some of the hundreds of unintended consequences that I was speaking to earlier. And based on the 3 minutes I've had to review these amendments, I would say that at least a good effort is being made to address them. So my understanding is that there will be regulations made, and that not just the act, but the regulations will prevail when they come in. I know this sounds super boring, guys, but it's really important. When they come into conflict with legislation from other jurisdictions, there will be a list of reciprocating jurisdictions, so jurisdictions where we understand that they have regulatory regimes similar to ours, where the licensing is robust and where we deem it to be effective. And importantly, that when those conditions are in place and a professional comes here, that they will in fact be licensed by the reciprocating body here. And that was the biggest concern, was that, for instance, if you have a social worker who's licensed in Alberta and they move here, essentially we would have two classes of social workers. You would have one who was regulated and who had to perform their duties in the public interest, and that someone was watching to make sure that was the case. And then you would have one who didn't and who wasn't, who was essentially unregulated. You would be taking a regulated profession and making it unregulated. It appears that that is being avoided here because those folks will be regulated. But there still, in our view, is a gap. And that gap is that in some regulated professions have done the work, in fact, to create interprovincial mobility within their profession. So again, I can speak to the legal profession because this actually happened when I was working for the Nova Scotia Barristers Society. It was challenging, but the upshot was that every province in Canada, I think now, there is mobility. So you can, if you're called to the bar in one province, you can move to another province and be called to the bar. However, there are a few things you need to do. You don't need to go back to school. You don't need to take the bar exam. Here in Nova Scotia, you need to read the bar materials and sign an affidavit saying that you've read it. Not an onerous requirement, but something that certainly anyone who's hiring a lawyer in Nova Scotia would hope that that lawyer had done. Acquaint themselves with the very basic outlines of the legal system here in Nova Scotia, because of course laws are different from province to province. That's why we're passing this. So with those few words, I will, we will support these amendments. I hope that if not today, then in third reading, and if not in third reading, then in conversation with the regulatory bodies impacted by this legislation and this amendment, that these folks will be briefed, that these folks will be well briefed by the relevant departments, because there are many. My understanding is that when this came in, many lawyers reached out to the Department of Justice to say, how is this going to impact the legal profession? And folks in the Department of Justice said, this is the first we've heard of it. So again, maybe that's expediency, but now that it's going to be a law of the land, the people who are governed by it need to understand how it works. And the public, who is going to interact with absolutely one of the professionals here, deserve to understand how those folks are regulated. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that the Patient Access to Care Act, the professions regulated under that act, the healthcare professions, are exempted from this because they have their own interprovincial mobility regime. That's what I'm recommending for other similar professions. So healthcare professions aren't the only ones. Lawyers also have that. There are other jurisdictions that have that. I think the spirit of this is that all regulated bodies should have that, and I agree. We agree with that, and we should be pushing for that. But for the folks who have done the hard work in figuring out how to do that, let's not take away that work. Let's let them keep those regimes. So PACA is exempted. Let's also exempt lawyers, or at the very least, let's make sure that those interprovincial regimes that exist are respected, and we'll be bringing an amendment in that to cover that after this is done. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Just to piggyback on the comments made by the Leader of the Official Opposition, we support globally what this represents, the Team Canada approach. We understand that this is a step towards being responsive as a nation to threats economically and to our sovereignty. And so we're not opposed to sort of the spirit of the changes. But as a member of a regulated profession, I want to draw to the attention the risks of hurtling ahead with more faster changes to regulated professions. I think there's an assumption that if you are a something, so I'll use the example, if you're a teacher. If you're a teacher in Nova Scotia, you should be able to teach anywhere in Canada. Problem is, not all provinces and territories define the qualifications of a teacher in a like manner. It's interesting, we've heard comments suggesting that we strongly consider an Atlantic corridor. In some respects, the regulation of the teaching profession shares sort of common understandings in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI, and Newfoundland. That if you graduate from a degree-granting institution in any of those provinces with a Bachelor of Education, you graduate concurrently with teaching licenses in all 4 Atlantic jurisdictions. And that's because those 4 provinces collectively have turned their minds to the question of what are the standards that we want teacher candidates to graduate with so that really they could go to work and meaningfully contribute and deliver teaching at the standard that we expect in the Atlantic region, such that the students that are taught by that teacher and the communities that are served by that teacher have reasonable assurance that that candidate is going to deliver public education at a common and expected standard. And in this case, we've got a number of professions. We're not necessarily talking about teachers, but not all professions have collaborated either within the Atlantic region or across Canada to reach that kind of consensus, such that there's a reasonable expectation that a person trained in one province can step in and deliver service in another province at the same level and degree of expectation. And I want to say that what we're talking about here is a good thing. Teachers in Nova Scotia and Atlantic Canada are amongst the most highly trained in the country. And consequently, the delivery of public education in Nova Scotia is supported by a workforce that's phenomenally trained. They have the highest levels of qualification to teach in the country. And by and large, Nova Scotia teachers that leave Nova Scotia and go to work in other provinces don't have a whole lot to do by way of professional upgrading when they seek certification in other provinces. And by and large, that's the case in professionally licensed sector, other sectors. So whether that's nurses, whether that's doctors, whether that's lawyers. In Nova Scotia, we have very high standards for people to practice in our province. And that's a good thing. It means Nova Scotians get great service across a number of respects. The risk of running ahead very quickly without sorting out how we're going to manage, but when we look at this on the reciprocal end, people that come to Nova Scotia from away, for lack of a better term, don't always come to Nova Scotia having been trained with the same degree of rigor. And they're not always equipped to deliver, sort of the service or function in Nova Scotia that Nova Scotian trained people are. And it is true. There are significant discrepancies in the way that people are trained and regulated in other provinces. So that doesn't mean that they're completely incompetent or unqualified to practice Nova Scotia, but regulatory bodies in Nova Scotia often require people to pursue additional upgrades to practice here when they land here to meet the standard expected in Nova Scotia. And I happen to be connected to people that work in lots of different regulated professions, and that's very much the case in Nova Scotia. So we want to make sure that as we support the global project, at the same time we don't destabilize and dilute sort of the expectation of quality when it comes to the level of practice that people that, if they respond to a need in the labor force in Nova Scotia, that they aren't delivering at a level or expectation that's lesser than you would get from someone that's trained in Nova Scotia or trained in a field where we have common boundaries and standards and expectations across the Atlantic region. And there are a number of cases, a number of different jurisdictions in Atlantic Canada where that's the case. So, my colleague spoke to the concern about, perhaps the regulation at a more granular level will sort of define how that's going to be addressed. But absent seeing it, it's worth flagging here that that's a concern with sort of rushing ahead very quickly with this piece of legislation at a critical point in our history and in the current moment. So again, we support the global project. We understand the rationale for proposing these changes, and we can support the spirit of them. But when we get to the granular level of how this is going to work out in practice, it's a smart time for us to be thinking about how we might need to amend this so that we don't create pickles for ourselves by running ahead very quickly with the best of intentions. And those pickles create negative experiences, in erosion of the standards of the delivery of care or practice in regulated professions. They have very real ramifications for Nova Scotians that we all want to protect at the same time that we want to support the rest of the country. So this is not alarmist. It's not irrational. It's intended as constructive, and we look forward to further discussion on this legislation so that we can take some of those edges off and allay legitimate concerns that we heard from folks that presented to us at Public Bills, that we got the right wording and the right consideration in place so that we don't create messes, but the language that we have actually empowers solutions in a timely way. Thank you, Speaker.
Shall Amendment Government 1 carry? Carries. Clause 3. Clause 3. Okay. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carry. Clause 3. I recognize the Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. This is the amendment that I was speaking to earlier. I really hope that the government will look at this amendment. It is a friendly amendment meant to clarify and enhance the amendment that the government itself brought. So I want to move the following amendment. Page 1, add immediately after clause 3 the following clause. 4, this act does not apply to any profession regulated by the province that has a system to permit interprovincial mobility before the coming into force of this act. Page 1, add immediately after clause 5 the following clause. 6, sub 1, the minister responsible for the administration of this act shall, in collaboration with the other provinces and territories of Canada, develop a regulatory harmonization strategy. 2, the regulatory harmonization strategy must aim to identify and remove trade barriers by harmonizing regulations at the highest provincial or territorial standard. Page 2, add immediately after clause 6 the following clause. 7, subsection 4, sub 5 has effect 1 year after the day on which this act receives royal assent. Renumber and change cross-references accordingly. Again, this protects the professions that are regulated in the public interest that already have interprovincial mobility regimes. PACA, the health regulation, the health professions that are regulated, they already have the benefit of this in being exempted from the provisions of this bill, but there are other professions that don't, a couple of which I've spoken to, and it also encourages work at the highest level to ensure that this strategy makes sense and that we avoid some of those unintended consequences. So I look forward to a positive result for this amendment. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? No. Has been defeated. What? Clause 3. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried. Clause 4. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 5 and 6 carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. Carried. The bill is carried. The committee will take a 5-minute recess to distribute change sheets. Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills shall come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Chair, could you please call Bill 12?
Bill 12, an act respecting advanced education and research. I recognize the Clerk.
Chair, Bill 12 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 18, 2025, and contains 32 clauses and a schedule.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Glad you caught that, Speaker. Thank you. So as we spoke about the previous bill, there are elements of this bill that the concept is certainly not disagreeable to us. I think represents opportunity for Nova Scotia, and there are a number of respects where the proposed changes present concerning shifts in the way that post-secondary education works. And, you know, we've heard from, despite comments from some in this House, that we haven't talked to anybody. We've had hours of conversation with First Voice stakeholders who have raised significant alarm about aspects of this legislation. So, you know, this bill amends for existing pieces of legislation, and it creates a fifth. So when it comes to the Community Colleges Act, I want to be clear that we in the NDP are certainly not opposed to the concept of the Nova Scotia Community College obtaining the capacity to grant degrees. We are aware that there are institutions of the ilk of NSCC elsewhere in the country that grant degrees. That has been a net positive for those jurisdictions. In those jurisdictions, you know, the NSCC comparator is able to grant degrees that do not compete with universities, that provide a unique class of qualification to students in those jurisdictions, and in some respects, those jurisdictions have, those institutions in some ways are magnets, right? They offer a class of qualification that's a draw to students from out of province. They can't access that class of qualification in their jurisdiction of origin. You know, and that's a really remarkable feature of our universities. So in some respects, the ability of the Nova Scotia Community College to grant degrees is a concept worth looking at. You know, for the Nova Scotia Community College to be a destination for students seeking training in other parts of the country that could call Nova Scotia home while they seek that training here in Nova Scotia at one of our institutions. We see the value in that. And so for the most part, we would, you know, we recognize that the changes are worth considering. We do understand from our consultation with the Nova Scotia Community College that changes to board governance, that this is one of the themes of this legislation, sort of updating and best practice in governance for post-secondary institutions. We understand that at present, the government's appointees to the board of the Nova Scotia Community College do not occur through the governor and council process at the moment. And, you know, that's always been a question of why not. It certainly has, you know, it's presented challenges at times, you know, within the community. Why is it that, you know, government appoints people to university boards through one process, but the government follows a different process to appoint people to the NSCC board. That's been a concern on the part of students and faculty and community. Why is it one way for universities and not for us? And we understood in consultation with the folks that we spoke with at NSCC that NSCC understood that this legislation would change things so that appointments to its board would occur through the governor and council process to align it with the way that appointments currently happen to university boards when appointments are made by government to those positions. And they have done a lot of legwork to be prepared for governor and council appointments, only to find out that that this change actually is not coming, and that the minister will continue to appoint members to its board apart from the governor and council process. So that was flagged for us in our conversation with stakeholders at NSCC. When it comes to the Private Career Colleges Act and the changes there, most of the changes there are nominal. The one that we do question is the one around an internal reviewer from a senior executive director. Some of the language there, the ability of that internal reviewer appointed by the department rather than somebody connected to the college and its operations. We wonder whether or not that's going to yield the desired result. We have a number of concerns about the changes to Research Nova Scotia. We've heard the minister vociferously say that we're responding to calls from the Auditor General in terms of university funding. And if we take that at face value, fine. But nowhere in the Auditor General's report did she flag that Research Nova Scotia was deficient or frivolous or wasteful. Not a drop of ink was spilled by the Auditor General about the operation of Research Nova Scotia or how its funding is determined or governed or reported back on. In debate on this earlier in the session, I flagged that the research community in Nova Scotia looks at Research Nova Scotia with a tremendous amount of pride and respect. While it's not perfect, the researchers in Nova Scotia, through Research Nova Scotia, now have access to stable, multi-year funding that sustains innovation in research in a number of different areas. And where that funding comes from is determined by an independent, arm's-length body of experts that understand the field of research. Those applications are vetted by an independent panel for scientific process and rigor. And that's a real feather in the cap of Nova Scotia at present. It is a mechanism in the grand scheme of things that's doing wonderful work, having excellent impact, and is a huge net positive to the research community in Nova Scotia, such that researching in Nova Scotia is viewed as attractive to people considering where they want to pursue graduate and postgraduate work in this country. The ability to come to Nova Scotia as a graduate or postgraduate student and potentially apply for and receive funding through Research Nova Scotia is a draw. It's a pull factor to Nova Scotia, and that's a good thing. So despite the fact that we've got something that's working very well and clearly ain't broke, we have a number of proposals on the table that could destabilize Research Nova Scotia and take something that makes Nova Scotia a very attractive place to do research and potentially destabilize that reputation and perhaps dissuade people from pursuing research in this province. And we'll be putting forward an amendment later in the process, in terms of, maybe what's one of the rough edges that could come off of the proposed changes that would alleviate some of that consequence. When we get into the University Accountability and Sustainability Act, you know, I spoke in debate previously on this. This act is not an old act. It was introduced under a previous government in 2015. It imbues the government with significant power to ensure accountability and transparency when it comes to government spending on universities. It invests in the minister, whoever that happens to be, with substantive powers of oversight in terms of priorities. It certainly was not identified as a set of handcuffs for the current minister by the Auditor General in terms of his capacity to sort of state priorities and determine those collaboratively with the sector. You know, that ability existed under the previous government when it used a memorandum of understanding approach that applied sector-wide. We understand that that under the previous minister and the current minister, they've moved away from the MOU applying to all universities in the sector to individual bilateral agreements with universities. Arguably, there's even greater ability under current statute through bilateral agreements for the minister to specify and negotiate government priorities connected to the funding that it invests in the sector, to the point that it makes that point up close and personal with direct representation with each and every university, which is, you know, rather than in the MOU, kind of having a broad set of priorities that everybody might seem free to interpret in their own way. So, you know, when we look at the University Accountability and Sustainability Act, you know, again, that's a piece of legislation that the Auditor General largely didn't comment on in her report as requiring remedial attention from this government and from this minister. The Auditor General certainly did not call for an amendment to the aspect of revitalization. As I previously alluded to in debate, the current statute, the University Accountability and Sustainability Act, already provides for, in the event that a university comes to a place where its present operations and long-term survival are in serious doubt for fiscal reasons, universities have access to the ability to trigger the revitalization process. And just to revisit this concept for members of the House that maybe aren't closely connected to the current statute. Revitalization, in a paraphrasing way, in effect, with this, universities are not businesses, but when businesses become insolvent, really they seek a protected status so that there's an opportunity to reorganize the operations of a company in the hopes that the company can once again become solvent, meet its obligations to creditors, and return to health. That's the whole purpose of that phase of intervention in the business world. Revitalization, in some ways, is a parallel for universities. Universities are not-for-profit institutions. They're not in business for the purposes of profit, but in their operations, revitalization is a similar concept. And so, under current statute, the potential for revitalization. You know, we've heard the minister stand up and express deep concern about the long-term viability of a number of Nova Scotia universities, and that he wants them to be viable for his children and his children's children. And we take that at face value. That's certainly in no way an illegitimate, you know, desire on the part of a minister of the file. One of our concerns is that revitalization at the moment relies on, it's triggered by a university recognizing, coming to a point to say, we realize we're in trouble. We need to access a set of tools that allows us some powers that we don't normally have to reorganize to make sure that we can continue to operate in the present and operate sustainably into the future. The trigger for that, however, rests with the institution and with its Board of Governors and its internal decision making. And I would point out that the government has the capacity to suggest to each institution in Nova Scotia that it might need to consider revitalization through its current representation. The government enjoys representation on every Board of Governors of every university in the province. The government is not without, under current statute and process, the capacity to suggest that this is a slate of tools we should be looking at as an institution. It already participates in the internal decision-making of universities at an appropriate level of intervention. This legislation would seek to vest that power in the minister. Apart from consultation, and that has raised deep concern in the sector. Despite the minister's protestations that I have not spoken with university presidents, I and other members of my caucus have spoken directly with university presidents, and this is very much on their mind, that the power of revitalization is being taken out of their hands and being handed to a minister. A minister who may not be well versed in the internal affairs of the respective university. So when we talk about this, this is a change that has been flagged for us of deep concern for the sector. The brand new piece of legislation that this bill seeks to create is the University Board Governance Act. And again, despite the minister's loud suggestion that the Auditor General is calling for all of this, nowhere in the Auditor General's report did she spend a drop of ink suggesting that the minister should have the power to appoint 50% of the board of every Nova Scotia university, and those appointees must be public servants who are employed without protection against termination without cause. But that's what this bill purports to do. And we will introduce an amendment later on that we believe will take the hard edges off this component of the legislation. I understand that the minister has had a strong reaction to the suggestion that that this will result in the stacking of university boards. Didn't like that language. So the amendment that we will introduce at a later time in this process is put forward in the spirit of recognizing that government is looking for, on the basis of substantial investment in every university in this province, an expanded role in the governance of each university. But we will propose a different, the ability of the government to appoint a certain composition of the board, a certain amount of board members, that protects the minister and the government from the perception that it is seeking majority control or veto power in the internal decision-making of universities. So we were proposing amendments that we believe will take the hard edges off of this and be far more palatable to the sector and protect the minister and the government against perception that it's using its supermajority to force itself into a veto position in the internal governance of university affairs. So there are a number, just to recap here, there are a number of things that we see as constructive and potentially very beneficial for the province contained in this bill, and that we are prepared to support at this phase of the process. There are a number of highly concerning items that we will put forward amendments on in hopes that the government will entertain a different path to the same destination that we have heard from stakeholders would allay some of their high degree of concern. And we look forward to more fulsome discussion of those amendments when they come forward later on in the process. This government, I will close by saying, we've heard the Premier suggest that he's open to suggestions about how to do things better and make things happen for Nova Scotia. From anybody willing to put them forward, even the official opposition, well, this is us saying as the official opposition to the Premier and his caucus that we have suggestions that we believe will make this legislation better and make things happen in a way for Nova Scotia that's better than the draft legislation that's been put forward. And we hope you'll be all ears for those amendments put forward in the spirit of collaboration, constructive criticism, and building better legislation that benefits the province. And in this case, the post-secondary sector in Nova Scotia, that's a critical anchor for our province in a number of respects, not only academically, but also economically, culturally, and socially. So with that, Speaker, I look forward to further debate on this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to rise for a few minutes to talk about, again, to reiterate some of our concerns that have informed the amendments that we've brought forward that I hope that will be given consideration. I'm just going to enlarge the text on my computer so I can read it. There we go. So I think, actually I need to also correct the record on my own behalf. I think I said there were 4 universities in my riding. I was wrong. There's 6, including both sort of the headquarters of universities as well as the main campuses as well as Halifax campuses. And so when I go door to door in my neighborhood, I'm talking to an awful lot of folks who are in the advanced education sector. So I'm talking to a lot of students who are here in Nova Scotia or who are from Nova Scotia and studying at one of the universities in Halifax. I'm talking to faculty and I'm talking to administrators. And so I think, I can really clearly see the overall impact of the post-secondary sector in my riding in particular, but in the whole of Nova Scotia. And I think this has always really been one of our secret powers as Nova Scotia is our post-secondary education system that spans from top to bottom, from side to side, that we what is that called, that saying, we bat above our weight or whatever that is. I don't know. Punch above our weight. That's it. There we go. Bat above our average. I don't know. Anyways, I'll stop with the sports metaphors. But because it has contributed to our communities, I can't imagine, having Wolfville without Acadia University there. Because it's not just about the university that's there and the students and the faculty and the administrators and staff who make it all run, but it's also about the impact on the local community in terms of access to resources like theater and art and music and scientific debate, as well as just the simple, economic impact. So, things like people going out, all that sort of thing. So I think, and Wolfville's another great example of a small town in Nova Scotia that's had a really stable housing environment because the university's been there. So through sort of economic ups and downs in terms of agriculture and other issues, the university persisted and provided stability in that community. Antigonish is the same. So, I think I tabled earlier a study looking at, the outsized impact of money that's spent at St. FX and the outsized impact on the community of Antigonish. Again, St. FX has been a stabilizing force in that community. And, later in debate, I'll be able to bring these forward, but, I attended the Halifax Chamber of Commerce Economic Engine for Nova Scotia conference a little bit earlier this week. And the focus was really on labor productivity. And what's clear is actually, you know what sector is outperforming in labor productivity? Like, we have a labor productivity challenge in this province, but the sector that's growing the most actually is the knowledge economy. So this really is where we want to be stabilizing and making our investments. And so, you know, we are concerned about the ongoing challenge of post-secondary education in this province. So we are concerned about, you know, the effect on students who face the highest tuition rates in the country. There has been an ongoing challenge in terms of an operating deficit in universities and their ability to maintain the structures and to expand to what they need. And what we've seen in the last couple of years anyways is that what this has resulted in is actually decreased access to student services. So there's been decreased supports available for students with disabilities in Nova Scotia. Students have less access to the courses that they want. There's a lot of impacts on students, and as I think we've all said on different sides of the House, you know, we want students to come, contribute, study, or stay in Nova Scotia, and then see their future in Nova Scotia. So we are really concerned about this. I will say again that it's been, you know, another bill that was brought forward without sufficient consultation with the stakeholders who need to be engaged. And, you know, at this point, you know, there hasn't been that level of engagement. I understood that there might be some changes coming. I don't think we have changes from the government on this. But, you know, this is an important sector, and as it stands, we're really concerned about the impact of this bill as drafted, as presented by government on that sector. Thanks.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Clause 2. I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to draw folks' attention to NDP change sheet 1 for an amendment. I will read the amendment. Page 1, subclause 2(1). Delete and substitute the following. 1, clause 56LE of Chapter 4 is amended by striking out minister and substituting governor and council. Page 1, subclause 2(2). Delete and substitute the following. 2, subsection 56(3) of Chapter 4, as amended by Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2014, is further amended by striking out minister and the board and substituting governor and council and the board, as the case may be. I can speak to the amendment, Chair.
Please continue.
Thank you. So as I mentioned in my opening remarks on this bill, I appreciate that the current minister has had a very strong reaction to the perception that this bill hands them the power to stack the Board of Governors with public servants that are subject to termination without just cause. So that's a real worry. That's one of the themes of this bill. It's one of the notes that we've heard from stakeholders in the sector. And so this amendment seeks to propose a solution to that perception. Rather than giving the minister unilateral authority to appoint public servants who very soon appear to be headed for employment without the protection against termination without just cause, or termination without cause, This amendment would instead see appointments to the board of the Nova Scotia Community College occur through the existing governor and council process that we all know and love as the ABC's process, which routes through the HR committee of this House. I have spoken in this session already as a new member to this House and as a member of the House HR committee. I have been thoroughly impressed with the governor and council ABC process. When there are openings on boards for which government appoints people, there is a long-standing practice, well known to Nova Scotians, well established, a call for applications. At times, people with relevant expertise and experience can be apprised of the opportunity to apply so as to elicit highly qualified applications for vacancies. And there is a thorough and nonpartisan vetting process to bring forward nominations, which turns its mind to what is the position, what are relevant skills and qualifications, what experiences would inform effective participation in the association, board, or committee under consideration. And we have, as a committee, both government side caucus members and opposition side caucus members opportunity to provide sober second thought to the vetted recommendations to fill these vacancies. And so far, I have had zero concerns with any recommendations on the merit of the application and the applicants themselves. So at a time that this appears to the public and to the sector to be a power grab, is the minister going to put employees who appear to be in the unenviable position of always needing to say yes to the government rather than provide the insight and perspective necessary? Is the government going to install yes people on the board of NSCC to achieve its priorities? That's the risk of the current language. To mitigate against this risk, this amendment proposes that the government appoint its representation on the NSCC board through a trusted existing channel. To my knowledge, and I stand to be corrected by somebody on the government side, to my knowledge, the government has not been assailed with vitriol and aggressive communication, screaming disapproval from a public perspective about the appointments that have recently been made to associations, boards, and committees through the governor and council process and the House HR committee. If such furor exists, I'm not privy to it in conversation with my colleagues on the House HR committee. Clearly, this is a pathway that empowers, in a multi-partisan way, oversight of appointments, fulsome transparency and discussion of the merits of applications to serve on government-appointed roles. This is a process that Nova Scotians trust, believe in, and understand has merit and value in the operation of our democracy. So in the spirit of putting forward solutions, we put forward this amendment. We will put forward other amendments before the government caucus members make the decision. We will put forward amendments regarding government appointments to university boards that aligns the appointment process through the governor and council process. Rather than subject the minister to potential furor and controversy about the appointment of public servants in a way that is not transparent or accountable or subject to multi-partisan oversight, appointments of the government to the NSCC board and later on appointments to by the government to University Board of Governors would occur through the governor and council process and would eliminate the perception that the minister is stacking anything. If anything, it puts these appointments at arm's length from the minister, such that it would be very difficult for anybody to argue that the minister is, making patronage appointment of any kind, or that the minister is installing employees who have an obligation to carry out their bidding. So we believe that this is a highly constructive and an enabling amendment to the government that protects the minister and the government. We also want to say that this amendment not only serves the current government, but it also serves future governments of any stripe from criticism and of the variety that is currently being levied against this government. Might seem strange to members in the government caucus that somebody on the official opposition is putting forward an amendment that has the potential to make a current member of the government look good. But that's what this amendment would do. It would make the Minister of Advanced Education look good for being nonpartisan in determining appointments to represent the government interest on behalf of all Nova Scotian on the board of the NSCC, and later in the same vein, appointments to university boards of governors. It would protect the reputation, it would enhance the reputation of the current minister, and it would serve the purpose of installing faith that the minister operates in a way that's above board and is subject to appropriate levels of oversight, not only by the public, but in a multi-partisan way. Perhaps I'm biased, but that sounds like a good deal for the minister. It sounds like a good deal for the department. It sounds like a good deal for government. And it also sounds like a good deal for the people of Nova Scotia. And so in that spirit of being constructive and collaborative and trying to find ways to make legislation work best for Nova Scotians, I invite the members of the government caucus to support this amendment that would disarm some of the furor, some of the upset, and some of the criticism of the legislation as is currently constituted, and get on with the business of effective governance of NSCC, and later on making university governance at the Board of Governance level more responsive to government input in a way that balances transparency and multi-partisan oversight with government ability to ensure that government spending is accountable in a number of meaningful ways. So, Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to the merits, the spirit, and the intention of this amendment. And I would invite, if the government side of the House has any suggestions about how these amendments could be improved, rather than simply voted down, I'd be happy to hear those and entertain those and collaborate on changes so that we can put forward legislation that lowers the temperature on this legislation and imbues the public with faith that we're doing the right thing in the right time and the right way for the Nova Scotia Community College and much later on for university governance in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. I'm not going to be long at all. I just want to first congratulate my colleague from Sackville-Cobequid on his first amendment in this House. He did some heavy lifting here and did incredible work on explaining the situation. So I'm not going to go and further go into any long-winded speeches here. I just want to say that 2 days after this bill was put on the floor of the House, from the university in my riding, I started receiving emails. And up until today, I am still receiving emails. And one of the biggest parts of this, besides the many, is the Board of Governance, where they really bring home, and I'm just here paraphrasing this, where they really bring home that there's a danger that limiting the boards to no more than 30 members is that the minister will have absolute power to appoint about half the board members, effectively creating a majority of power that may not consider the best interests of the university, but potentially the government's best interest. And this was a theme. This theme was in every single email I received from professors and faculty members at Cape Breton University. It was a thread of themes, and I received so many of them, but it started like about day 2. And even today, just before we sat down at Committee of the Whole, I received another few emails on this. They're listening. Our professors, our faculty staff, those that are working in our university systems, they are watching this. They are listening. And so I do hope the government is going to, if the government says they're listening, the government really means that they are listening. If they truly mean it, then they would look at and consider and vote for the changes that those faculty and staff and doctors at the universities have put forward to us. Thank you.
All righty. Shall Amendment NDP-1 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. All right, shall we continue debate on Clause 2? Okay. Moving onwards to Clause 3. Oh, my apologies. Does Clause 2 carry? Carry. Very good. Clause 3. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carry. Clause 5. Carry. Shall Clause 5 carry? Carry. Clause 6. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carry. Clause 7. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to draw folks' attention to NDP sheet 1A, and it says page 3, and immediately after Clause 7, the following Part 2, non-disclosure agreements. 8.1, all post-secondary institutions in the province shall prohibit the use of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual harassment, discrimination, abuse, misconduct, or any other form of harassment or bullying. 2, a prohibition under subsection 1 must apply to the post-secondary institution, its board, and any corporation, association, or other entity under the control or management of the board of the post-secondary institution. Renumber and change cross-references accordingly. So I want to bring the members' attention to this particular piece that we want to put forward because, as some members may not know, this has been a discussion ongoing since I've been here and before that about non-disclosure agreements. And a non-disclosure agreement, or an NDA, is a signed legal document restricting what information can be shared with others, depending on what is deemed confidential. It can extend to friends, family, and therapists. Typically, it is forever. NDAs are often used to silence survivors and prevent information from being shared that would make a person, company, or institution look bad. When NDAs are used to cover up racism, discrimination, harassment, and misconduct, they protect the perpetrators and the institutions while preventing accountability. We have looked at the news multiple times. Folks have heard it in their constituencies. We have talked about it here in this House. And NDAs can silence and perpetuate systemic racism. So today, if we hadn't heard, it is the International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And a lot of folks on all sides spoke about how important it is and how we need to reaffirm and commit to making sure that these behaviors are not a part of the institutions of our day-to-day lives throughout all of Nova Scotia. And we are working hard to do that work. So here's an opportunity. This particular piece right here is an opportunity to make a difference through legislation. As I had said in my statement, we can talk about things all we want. We can say what we think is great and what we feel is right, but if we can legislate it, and I want to speak to the newer members here because in my experience as a legislator, all I knew was when we're here in the Committee of the Whole House, this is a time to make a difference. This is the time to amend the things that our constituents, your constituents, all of Nova Scotia can have their say about what they think is right and wrong or can be improved or supported. And this is an opportunity for us, all of us Nova Scotians, to show and improve and show that in legislation. So this is our opportunity to show Nova Scotians through legislation that we are not about words, not about clips, not about memes, not about, who's saying what on certain days. It's about the impact it can make through legislation. And legislation is law. On this day of International Day of Elimination of Racism and Discrimination, I spoke about how it's important for us to show that in legislation and amendments that we can put forward. So this is a way for us to affirm, and as the former Minister of Advanced Education spoke about today, affirm our commitment to Nova Scotians to eliminate racial discrimination. So I want all folks in this House to remember when the chair is speaking about, does this pass? Your words will resonate in this House to all Nova Scotians when you don't even consider this amendment. How it will resonate to folks in Nova Scotia and how the Progressive Conservative Party feels about the elimination of racism and discrimination in this province. I don't want that to happen. I would like to think that we are all on the same page, especially when it comes to protecting Nova Scotians and Nova Scotians in universities in particular and colleges. So this amendment is put forward with that piece in mind because other universities and other colleges are doing that across the country. So I just want to be able to put this forward because I want us all to stand for change. I want us all to be the voice of change and eradicating racial discrimination in our province. And let us not be silent. Let us not say no. Let us carry this forward because our silence is violence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. My colleague talked about the elimination of racism. I just want to get up to say one more thing, Speaker and Chair, and that is by continuing to allow the use of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual harassment and sexual abuse, we are allowing for crimes to be swept under the rug. Yep. We are allowing for perpetrators to continue to commit crimes, and we are silencing the victims. Mm-hmm. That is why we're bringing this forward. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP-1A carry? Carry. The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 7 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 8 through 13 carry? Carry. Clauses 8 through 13 are carried. Clause 14. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I wanted to talk a bit about these proposed changes in the Research Nova Scotia Act. So if we look at Clause 14, so the idea of establishing a strategic plan, that makes sense. The idea of understanding priorities, that makes sense. I think, but I am very concerned about the ministerial power granted under this about controlling research. And I'm just going to talk a bit about the research environment as I know it, and why this is problematic. So there's firstly the very esoteric argument, but yet important argument about the need, like we don't know what we don't know, right? We know that whole thing. I won't go through the whole rigmarole of that expression. We don't know what we don't know. And so we need folks who have particular expertise to be thinking about the big questions and to be out there researching them. And so when I think about researchers, for instance, like the work that I've done at Dalhousie, folks have relationships with people with lived experience with certain issues. They have relationships with researchers in Nova Scotia. They have relationships with researchers across Canada and around the world. And always trying to kind of like to make sure that their piece of the research that they're doing is adding to a greater good. So, so for instance, like I did my PhD looking at youth mental health systems. And so I learned from colleagues around the world, across Canada, and then tried to add that little piece into the discussion. And what you hope is that it has an impact. But we don't always know the outcome of what's being explored. And also, I just wouldn't expect one person to have the ability to oversee or understand Research Nova Scotia. Right now, Research Nova Scotia has a board that includes some folks who I think use research in innovation in the private sector. It includes some senior bureaucrats, and it includes some university presidents. And then it also has a research advisory council. And that all builds upon elaborate processes around reviewing research. And we need that because we need folks with broad perspectives to be looking at the questions of research. No one person could do this. The power should not be vested in one person. I'm going to talk a bit more in a couple of minutes about why it's important that we pay attention to how research is done. Maybe folks, the history of research is actually not as illustrious in any sector. So the history of research is full of problems and ethical challenges. Do folks know how we started nutritional research in Canada? Anyone? It started in the residential schools. So we in residential schools, researchers were permitted to go in and divide the children who were at the residential schools into sections and underfeed a portion of those children and measure the impact, and feed what was considered appropriate to the other children and measure the impact. I mean, this is the terrible history of what happens when you do research without having a whole system around it. And that's just like one example. There are so many examples. And so we expect researchers to follow and develop processes that are very important. So we don't think that the research priorities of Nova Scotia should be determined by one person, and I don't think they should be determined by the minister. I think we need to recognize that we have this amazing collection of post-secondary institutions that attract the best researchers in the world, and those are the folks that we want thinking about. Well, in most researchers, future oriented. So what's the future in Nova Scotia? What do we need to know about battery storage and access to prep and wind energy. And we need all of those perspectives coming together to determine what gets funded in Research Nova Scotia. So I think I will take my seat on that, but it's really, I know it might seem like why are we concerned about this? And because it's really important. So we're making investments from the public purse into Research Nova Scotia. We want Research Nova Scotia to be doing the best research for every Nova Scotian dollar they get. And in order to do that, we need to allow the researchers and the leaders in post-secondary to do what they do best, which is consider and develop research proposals. And with that, I will take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. We can't support the language in Clause 14 as currently constituted. I put questions to the minister about, what are the priorities of the government exactly in this sphere? How are they determined? And what I got back, in effect, was, well, the priorities are what the Premier says they are. We're growing the economy. We're going to create generational wealth by fracking and mineral extraction, et cetera, right? The things that we hadn't heard about until this session opened. And so when we talk about the concern about the phrasing that says with the key research priorities determined by the minister, when I asked the minister about priorities in education, the minister responded with the same priorities that we hear about all day, every day in this House. It didn't belie any kind of indication that the minister was aware of the current priorities of Research Nova Scotia. To the minister, a question of priorities wasn't a question of what does Research Nova Scotia, how is it, what kind of research is it prioritizing at the current time? You quoted me priorities that we're hearing from the Premier and government ministers around around the surprise agenda that landed in this House. So when we say that we are concerned about research priorities being determined by politically determined entities, we've heard from the minister's own mouth that priorities of this government are his priorities, and those are politically determined. So when we talk about aligning the priorities of Research Nova Scotia, which operates as an arm's length body from government, all of a sudden the minister is going to insert the priorities of the government. I mean, I don't just object to that because it happens to be this government and this minister. You could substitute a future government that was formed by the New Democratic Party and a minister and a premier. I would have the same objections ideologically to an NDP premier and an NDP minister telling Research Nova Scotia what research priorities should be on the basis of a party platform or the internal politics of a caucus. Research should be independent of political priorities. It should be determined by people expert in the field, apart from political interference of any sort by any party of any stripe. So lest this be about, I just disagree with this because it's blue political priorities. They could be orange, purple, pink, green, or rainbow priorities. The politics of any party shouldn't be dictating or determining what research is or isn't funded in this. That's a dangerous, risky thing for any research priorities in any free and democratic society. So on that basis, we simply can't support this language because we would have political interference in the establishment of research priorities, and that's why we won't support this clause.
Shall clause 14 Okay. Clause 14 is carried. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Respectfully, Chair, you didn't call a vote. You said, shall it stand, and then you called it carried without any vote being taken as we called for a recorded vote.
There was
But it's okay. He's correct. What are we going to say?
I'm not sitting down talking any answer.
No.
We'll take recess for 1 minute. Thank you. Order, please. I will restate. Shall Clause 14 carry? There's been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. There's been a call for a recorded vote. The clerk shall now carry out the recorded vote. Please be silent during this time. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Nolan Young. Kim Maslin.
Yes.
John Lohr. Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Adegoke Fadare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McQuarrie.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby.
Yes.
Nick Hilton.
Yes.
Becky Druitt. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc. Lisa Lachance.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Ian Rankin. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hanson.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau. Ryan Robichaux.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery.
Yes.
Krista Gallagher.
No.
Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
I recognize the clerk.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 35, nays 9.
Clause 14 is carried. Clause 15. Shall Clause 15 carry? Clause 15 is carried. Clause 16. I recognize the honorable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I started talking about this. I'm going to try and make it succinct and easy to understand, which I have to tell you, research processes aren't, and they aren't for very good reasons. Research processes, the conditions for funding, and how people get to the point where they have a project to apply for, where they have peer review of that project, all of that is because we need to think about safety, we need to think about health, we need to think about impact. So whether it's nutritional policy or research on children, which we still do, but of course we do it better because we have ethics around the research. We have peer-reviewed articles that we learn from. We have, like Research Nova Scotia has now, a research advisory council. We have experts on boards. And so we are able to really try to the best of our ability to make sure that the research that gets done serves the public good. That's not the same as aligning with the government's priorities at all. That it serves the public's good. The other thing that we need to have a much more elaborate and informed approach to research funding is often research costs a lot of money. So, when researchers put this together, right? So so there's all sorts of bodies that fund research. And Research Nova Scotia is frankly, a smaller one of what people apply to. So often, so for instance, I actually don't know about Jeffrey Don's, the pathway of Jeffrey Don's funding for his battery research. But what that might look like is that, you know, he would start working sort of grant to grant. He's building a body of research. He starts to connect with folks across the country, around the world. All of a sudden, he's like an international expert in this. And so he probably needs a lot of like equipment to do that work. It's not my area of research. I don't know, but I assume there's equipment involved and technology. And so you don't just apply to one place. You apply probably to like NSERC, which is the national one of the national funding bodies. You could apply to the Canadian Foundation Innovation Fund, which would basically help, like, if you needed a big thing, a big technical piece of equipment to test something. This, you can't, like, you're not going to get it all from one grant. So it is a complex process, and it's a complex process for a really good reason. And it cannot simply be the minister. Not one person can be in charge of that, and it's just not how the world works in research. So even within, there are 3 federal funding agencies for research, and even within that, there's constant learning and evaluation happening about how we're doing research and the conditions that drive granting. And there's constant work around, you know, why do we always do medical research and health research and look and use, you know, sort of a able-bodied male person in their 30s as the subject for the research, because then, surprise, surprise, whatever we just researched doesn't actually play out the same way in children or women or older folks. And so we've done a ton of work to think about how do we do the best research we need to do? How do we get the questions answered that we need to know so that at the end of that health research project, actually we have information that can benefit lots of folks in Nova Scotia. And then it's also about who gets funding too. So we've done a lot of work around, you know, you can't apply for a national research grant without doing a series of training, and you have to be certified in that. But I can't sign on to a researcher's application without having done that. This is important work. It should not be in the hands of one person. It should not be politicized. It should not be in the hands of the minister. We need to leave it to the folks and the amazing folks that we have in this province who can lead our research development.
Shall Clause 16 carry? Clause 16 is carried. Clause 17. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I draw the attention of the House to change sheet NDP 2. I'll read the amendment, page 5, clause 17, delete subclause 1 and renumber subclauses 2 and 3 as 1 and 2. In debate, we flagged that one of the major concerns and themes of this legislation is the perception that this bill gives the power of Minister of Education to stack the boards of NSCC, Research Nova Scotia, and Universities of Nova Scotia with government-appointed civil servants. At the same time, senior civil servants likely to be appointed to these roles are seeing the protection against termination for without cause removed by legislation coming through the House at the same time. We believe one of the ways that the government can mute this concern is to remove provisions which hand unilateral authority of the minister to make appointments to the boards of the Community College, Research Nova Scotia, and university boards, and instead pursue legitimate appointments with qualified individuals through the existing governor and council process, which of course, terminates with multi-partisan oversight through the HR committee of this assembly. So I'm not going to belabor the point here or kind of make any prolonged argument, but in the same way that I believe the government would have been well served to pursue its appointments to the board of the Nova Scotia Community College through the governor and council process. We knew that NSCC had prepared itself to accept government-appointed members of its board through that process. They were satisfied with that, and we're ready to kind of proceed on that basis. Again, I believe that this is an amendment that safeguards the minister against the perception of political interference in the board of Research Nova Scotia. I believe it protects this government from the appearance of using its supermajority to exercise a chokehold over decision-making through governance of post-secondary institutions and research. And we invite the members of the government caucus to sit with for a minute whether or not that's a perception they want to live with after this becomes law, when there's an opportunity through this amendment to mute that perception, to demonstrate some restraint, and to fall back on a process which is appointments through the governor and council, which are long-standing, trusted, have the full faith of the public, of the government, and the official opposition, and would completely lower the temperature about other changes to Research Nova Scotia and eliminate any perception that the government is trying to railroad Research Nova Scotia into following its political priorities. So, I understand the minister is resentful of that perception, and I can understand why, especially if that's not his intention, and especially if it's not the intention of the government. So what I offer here in this amendment is a path forward on this legislation which eliminates that perception and stands the minister and this government in a space that says, we will pursue appointments through a legitimate process at arm's length that terminates with multi-partisan oversight, such that no one can throw rocks at us to say we're trying to stack any decks. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I really hope that the government caucus will support this amendment and support its own reputation and counteract any perception by the public that it is seeking to abuse or misuse its supermajority early in its mandate. Thank you, Speaker.
Shall Amendment NDP-2 carry? The amendment is defeated. There's been a call for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. The clerk shall now carry out the recorded vote regarding Amendment NDP-2. Please be silent during this time. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
John Lohr. Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Brad Johns.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Adegoke Fadare. Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
John White.
No.
Brad McGowan.
Nope.
Kyle McClory. Tim Outfit.
Nope.
Rick Burns.
No.
Julie Van Exen.
No.
Diane Timmons.
No.
David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
Becky Druin. Tim Hallman.
No.
Scott Armstrong.
No.
Jill Balzer. Colton LeBlanc.
Nope.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat. Ian Rankin.
Oui.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau. Ryan Robichaud.
No.
Damian Stoylov.
No.
Danny McGilvery.
No.
Krista Gallagher.
Yes.
Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
Yes.
I recognize the clerk.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 10, nays 34.
The amendment NDP-2 is defeated. Shall Clause 17 carry? It's carried. I had them. I recognize the honourable member. Clause 17 is carried. Shall clauses 18 through 21 carry? Clauses 18 through 21 are carried. Clause 22. Shall Clause 22 carry? Clause 22 is carried. Shall Clauses 23 through 30 carry? Clauses 23 to 30 are carried. Clause 31. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I invite my colleagues to turn their attention to NDP change sheet NDP-3. I'll read the proposed amendment. Page 9, schedule proposed clause 5 to...
Order. I'll ask the honourable member from Sackville-Cobequid to confirm we're on clause 31. Order. Shall Clause 31 carry? Clause 31 is carried. Shall the remaining Clause 32 carry? The remaining Clause 32 is carried. Debate on the schedule. The University Board Governance Act. Shall clauses 1 to 4 carry? They are carried. Clause 5 of the schedule. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair, for for you and the clerk and your understanding in putting this forward at the appropriate time. I direct my colleagues to NDP change sheet NDP-3. I'll read the amendment. Page 9, schedule proposed clause 5 2B. Delete minister and substitute governor and council. Page 9, schedule proposed subsection 5(3). Delete half of whom are appointed by the minister and substitute 1/4 of whom are appointed by the governor and council. Page 9, schedule proposed section 6, delete minister and substitute governor and council. So this is the third in a string of proposed amendments intended or put forward in a collaborative, constructive spirit to address perceptions of this bill within the sector that this bill hands government the ability to stack boards with government-appointed public servants who soon will be employed without protection against termination without cause. And not only that, but in this particular instance on this item, really the University Board Governance Act seeks to move beyond the current composition. The government already appoints members of every university board in the province, but this act would give the minister power to appoint up to half of the board of each university in the province. I've alluded already to the fact that the Auditor General has presented a figure. I didn't come up with it. The Auditor General flags for us that on average, the university's operating grants, the government's operating grants to universities account for on average 30% of university operating funds annually. And yet it is seeking, with this legislation, to give itself 50% of the representation on each university's board of governors. And there is concern that this is significant overreach, that you're paying for 30, but legislating 50%. And so this amendment proposes a different cap on, or a different ceiling on the amount of government-appointed representation. So we think the spirit of the law is, because governments are major funding partners, they should have significant or greater than present representation on university boards. And this amendment proposes to give the minister the power to appoint up to 25% of the composition of any university board instead of 50. But those appointments would be made through the governor and council process rather than unilaterally without public oversight. And this is a theme we've heard over and over and over again from many in the sector. Great alarm that this is a significant overreach and constitutes political interference in the autonomy of academic institutions to self-govern. Hearing the concerns of stakeholders and recognizing what we believe to be the government's intent, we put forward this amendment such that it would safeguard or insulate the government from claims within the sector that the government is overreaching or abusing its supermajority to give itself veto power over university affairs. It would still give the government significantly greater representation on every university board in the province. And it would further insulate the government from accusations of patronage or stool pigeon appointments by employees who are obligated to say yes and carry out the will of government because they are employed under terms that don't include protection against termination without cause. We understand why the government is sore about those perceptions, if those are not, in fact, its intentions. And given the strenuous objections of the minister, when those objections have been presented for consideration, I'll take him at face value that that's not what he means to do. So we invite the government and this minister to stand behind this amendment, most of all, to depressurize this change that many in the university sphere view widely and have condemned loudly as an unprecedented overreach, an act of political interference, unlike anything that exists elsewhere in Canada. So for those reasons, Speaker, I invite the government to support this amendment for all kinds of reasons, not the least of which is to circumvent and cut off the criticism and to allay concerns that this is a big, bad supermajority that wants to exercise a stranglehold of control over university decision-making. If that's not its intent, we here today put on the floor an amendment in good faith that protects the government from such a perception, ensures that it has substantive representation on university boards, reflective of the funding that it provides to universities in the name of accountability, and gives it an appropriate level of say in university governance, commensurate with the level of funding it provides to operate universities. And so for those reasons, I implore the government to adopt this amendment to help lower the temperature on this and avoid irreparable harm to the relationship that it has with universities in this sector. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to stand in support of the amendment proposed by my colleague, and I want to bring up 3 points. Mr. Chair, conflict of interest, protecting university autonomy, and good governance standards. I support this amendment because these 3 things are important. Conflict of interest. If the ministerial minister has control over both funding and governance, if the minister appoints this many members of the board with voting rights, it blurs the line between oversight and control, and it places universities at risk of being directed by political or policy priorities rather than academic and institutional needs. The fiduciary responsibilities will be compromised, and board members have a duty to act in the best interest of the university, and appointees may feel obligated to align with the government's agenda, even when it conflicts with what is best with the institution. Protecting university autonomy is important, Mr. Chair. Academic freedom relies on governance independence, and universities are meant to operate at arm's length from government. Voting rights for minister-appointed members undermines the independence and exposes decision-making to political influence. Good governance standards, best practices limit government voting control. In sectors where neutrality is essential, such as education and research, government participation is typically advisory, not directive. And public trust depends on independence for universities. Universities are seen as independent institutions serving the public trust, not as extensions of government. And therefore, I support this amendment that reduces the number of board members that the government appoints. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will speak on behalf of our caucus to also put my name in support of the amendment. I think that despite the comments from the Minister of good faith that he will not exercise what his bill is intending to do, that in fact, especially this clause of stacking the board amongst the other ones, does legalize political interference. When the Minister is actually appointing board members, that is very clear that they will have more control over the board. So I agree with the spirit of the amendment that order in council, which would be a broader decision, not as good, but certainly better than the minister himself appointing. And it's about future governments that this government is giving the power to force institutional change that would be potentially financially driven or politically driven. And especially in today's increasingly polarized landscape, I think it's very problematic that we would essentially hand over board control to the minister of the day, which is different than accountability and what the Auditor General has been asking for. I don't see any recommendation from the Auditor General specific to stacking the board in favor of political actors or those that support the political agenda of the day. And so this action will significantly change the independence of our institutions that are very important to the province. And so for that reason, I would absolutely support the motion that would diminish the minister's overall influence on stacking the board to meet political means of the government of the day.
Shall Amendment ND3 carry? No. There's been a call for recorded vote. I'll ask the clerks to carry a recorded vote. Sorry, the whips. When the whips are satisfied, right? The bells will ring till the whips are satisfied. Order, please. The Committee on the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I ask the clerks to carry out a recorded vote, and I ask everybody in the House to please remain quiet while we take care of the process.
Brian Comer.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
John Lohr. Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Brad Johns.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Oh, Marco McLeod.
No.
Adegoke Fadare.
Nope.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Brad McGowan.
Nope.
Kyle McQuarrie.
No.
Tim Outfit.
No.
Rick Burns.
No.
Julie Van Exen.
No.
Diane Timmons.
No.
David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
Becky Druin. Tim Hallman.
Nope.
Scott Armstrong.
No.
Jill Balzer. Colton LeBlanc.
Nope.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Greg Moreau. Ryan Robichaud.
No.
Damian Stoylov.
No.
Danny McGilvery.
No.
Krista Gallagher.
Yes.
Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 11, nays 36.
The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 5 of the schedule carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 6 to 19 of the schedule carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that you do rise and report progress.
The committee will recess while we set up.
Order. The Committee on the Whole House of Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and reports progress in its consideration of the bills referred to it.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
We can do better. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 5C, I call hours for, just give me 1 second.
24th?
Monday, March 24th, 4 to 10 p.m.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, there has been a request for the hours for Monday, March 24th. The hours be from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call order of business government motion?
Order of business government motions.
Speaker, I move that you do not leave the chair and that the House resolve out of the Committee of the Whole on bills.
The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills shall come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Chair, would you please call Bill 6?
Bill 6, an act respecting agriculture, energy, and natural resources. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 6 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 18, 2025, and contains 21 clauses and 2 schedules.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 2. I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm pleased to rise and submit the following amendments. I'll read through that and then speak to it briefly. Page 1, add immediately after Clause 2 the following part. Part 3, Airborne Geophysical Survey. Within 1 year of the coming into force of this section, the Department of Natural Resources shall fund and complete an airborne geophysical survey program to identify mineral deposits across the province. Renumber accordingly. I'm talking about it too. So, you know, I think I just really wanted to say a few things about this. We've talked a bit about our concerns with the process of this bill in terms of really setting it up in a conflictual way with Nova Scotians. So really, you know, outlining that either you're lazy and making bad policy and slowing things down and you're a special interest, or you're with us. And no more so that, like, this is the bill, and particularly the issues where this is really exemplified. And, you know, I just feel really strongly that this is not the Team Nova Scotia that I believe in. I don't believe, I would never dismiss somebody as having a special interest. And I consider myself very much in learning mode about these issues. I'm not, there's no prop here, but if you looked at the desk, you might observe that I've spent a lot of time trying to learn about mining, the history of uranium in this province, trying to understand, I mean, very complex issues around, very complex scientific issues. Luckily, my partner did do a master's where they looked at the chemical runoff from mines, so I have a chemist who can help explain more technical details. But really just trying to get with the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission and look at all the reports that they have. I've read through reports in Saskatchewan. And so what I'm saying is that it seems to me that, you know, so it's set up in a way that really was like, folks, we're picking people for teams. So you can either be on the team of somebody who might have a question or concern about this, and then we're going to probably pick you last. And so the special interests get picked last for teams, and anyone who just agrees to this, you know, without asking really important questions, that's apparently the way that this is supposed to go. And I've asked, so specifically when I've been looking at this issue and trying to learn, I think there are all sorts of ways of going about this public policy issue that, first of all, would be respectful to all stakeholders, and but would also, we have ways of getting information. And my understanding is we could even do this without lifting the ban. If that's not true, then we could be considering a much different amendment here. That is like, we need to understand what's happening with uranium in this province, and we need to understand it for a few reasons, but not opening the door right now because there are significant issues. And, you know, and I also would just say it is complex. And anybody who tells you there's no safe for health, safe for the environment, safe. I mean, you know, Saskatchewan's got an amazing industry in uranium mining, for instance. And most of this is only the table of contents from their annual monitoring documents. It's not like they're like, we have this great industry, all the money's coming in, and everybody's safe. They're monitoring it. They're studying it. It's not a light issue. So what I think here is trying to say, okay, if you're sincere and wanting to understand this better, great, let's do it this way. Let's get the survey done, and let's get the information that we need so that we can be clearer to Nova Scotians. We can provide the information that Nova Scotians need to consider this, because this is a conversation and decision for all Nova Scotians, and get the information that we need. So with that, a few remarks, I will take my seat.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to speak briefly on this amendment, one that we support because this is our bill that we tabled earlier on in the session. We've called for this. The Mining Association has called for it. And this was work that we did in the offshore before. When we would do surveys, we would survey similar to the offshore. We surveyed, we looked for the best potential. We brought the information together. We gave it to industry, and then we went out for bids on parcels. This is something similar that we talked about earlier on in the session, and I think it is important to do it. From a safety perspective, from measuring really where our best potential may be, and where our most sensitive areas across the province may be when it comes to extracting any minerals or gas. And we're supportive of this amendment because, as I said, this was actually our bill.
Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? No. Amendment's defeated. Continuing on debate for Clause 2, I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Civil Sable Island.
Thank you, Chair. I will introduce our next amendment. Page 1, add immediately after Clause 2 the following part. Part 3, consultation. 3, subsection 1, the government shall, subsection A, recognize its duty under Section 35 of the Constitution Act, 1982, to consult and, where appropriate, accommodate Indigenous groups when considering conduct that may adversely impact potential or established treaty rights. And, subsection B, stringently uphold that duty when considering natural resource development projects. Subsection 2, the government shall broadly consult residents of the province to assess whether there is social license to move forward with a hydraulic fracturing or uranium project. Renumber accordingly. And, so again, I am not being repetitive for the sake of being repetitive or sharing airtime in this House. But the way that this has been set up for Nova Scotians, like in the speech from the throne, honestly, that is supposed to be a document of vision and a document that talks about the belief in our province and how we're all going to move together. And you put it in, this government put this accusation around special interest, 6 times in the speech from the throne? Like, honestly, that's a shameful way to announce your vision for the province. And again, we've been asking. So you've said they're special interests and you don't like them. This government has said they're special interests and that this government doesn't like them. And we've asked for identification of those special interests. So who is this government particularly concerned about? Who's out? Who's not making the team this year? Because that's exactly what it sounds like. It certainly does not invite people to approach government with the expectation that their questions, their very real questions about jobs, about the environment, about their health, are going to be received respectfully. They haven't been, actually, because we keep posing these questions, and they're not being answered. I also think an important part of the consultation that needs to happen is also around, what is the business case here, folks, for uranium mining in Nova Scotia? So I've asked this question quite a bit. What companies have expressed interest? And also more broadly, in which critical minerals? How will this be encouraged? What are our goals this year? What are our benchmarks this year, next year? The government keeps talking about $100,000 a year jobs. I've asked the minister to quantify that. That's of course, there are lots of people around the province who are like, that job sounds great, I need that job. They're desperate, right? You're desperate, you need things, you can't, balancing the cost of food, your housing, $100,000 a year jobs, great. What's the plan for actually, until we know, when, where, how, those aren't those aren't real. I mean, at this point, and I feel like the government is misleading Nova Scotians by tossing this around without really telling them what the plan is. I've asked questions about what are we going to do on uranium specifically if we dig it up in Nova Scotia. So it's a global, we're throwing it on the global commodities market because we don't process it here. There are questions about, about what type of uranium we have. We have Saskatchewan, which does absolutely 100% dominate the Canadian landscape in this industry. And they live in a very different environment. Though the mines are in the northern part of the province, they are 48% Indigenous owned across the board. And I can table that. They're far from communities, and they're able to mine at such a scale that that's why they can go into the gold market. In our province, as we all drive home today, whether it's close or far away, you don't drive very often very far without seeing household, a farm, gas station. We are a densely populated rural province. And so any time that mining is going to happen, it's going to happen in people's backyards. And so if that's the case, well then how do we make that safe, right? So we cannot, I haven't seen the economic analysis or the business case for Nova Scotia's place in the commodities market on uranium. If anybody has that, I'd love to see it. And Nova Scotians haven't had a chance to discuss this, nor have they been invited to. And then perhaps most egregiously is that we have had the Council of Mi'kmaq Chiefs who have had to reach out not once, but twice in public in an open letter to say, hey-o, government, we have constitutional rights and you're not respecting them. In what scenario, at this point in our lives as Nova Scotians, as treaty people, as Canadians on the path to reconciliation, should that ever have to happen? Right. And if it happened once, well, it should not have to happen again. And it happened twice. It is shameful. This government is not holding up its constitutional responsibilities and its treaty relationships. And you can't convince me otherwise. Yeah. So this would put in place the requirement to consult with Indigenous folks and with the broader communities. And I might even editorialize to talk a little bit about respectfully and inclusively. And there's lots of ways to do that. And I encourage members to really overcome this narrative that the government has set, that the government likes some people, but not other people. Doesn't like special interests, but we don't actually know who those people are. Likes the other people who aren't special interests. So overcome this. The members should tell all of their constituents that actually I want to listen to all of you. I want to know if you're for or against something. Not just this, actually, everything. And not be accused of being a special interest or being sidelined or being disparaged. Being disparaged time and time again in the public realm for having questions and concerns about a very serious issue. And so I encourage members to think about how this amendment can help them serve their constituents better.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Chair, I just want to stand and say I support this amendment that was just explained by my colleague. And one of the complaints that I have received from my constituents in Cumberland North is the lack of consultation. And I do think that just getting that on the record and stating that, Mr. Chair, is important to state. And we've heard many times and from many of the presenters at Public Bills Committee that they feel side-blinded by the government, that this was never brought up during the election. And in fairness, they feel that there should be consultation and public consultation. So I do support this amendment.
Shall Amendment NDP 2 carry? It's defeated. Continuing on debate, Clause 2. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to introduce an amendment that's listed on NDP change sheet NDP 3, and I'll read the amendment first, and then I'll just say a few words about it. So on page 1, add immediately after clause 2 the following part. Part 3, environmental liabilities. 3.1. In this section, project proponent or owner includes a person, A, in possession of a hydraulic fracturing operation or uranium mining site, B, who occupies or has the right to control the use of the facility where drilling, well completion, or uranium mining activities are conducted, or C, with a legal or equitable interest in such operation, site, or facility. 2, all environmental liabilities associated with drilling or well completion, including hydraulic fracturing and orphan wells, or uranium mining activities authorized or regulated under an enactment of the province are assigned to the project proponent or owner. 3, for greater certainty, the government incurs no additional environmental liabilities as a result of the drilling, well completion, or uranium mining activities authorized or regulated under an enactment of the province, and then renumber accordingly. So, Mr. Chair, this is a common sense addition to this bill. Whether we like it or not, this bill is going to get passed next week in this legislature, and this amendment simply protects us from liabilities connected to environmental disasters or spills or leakages or leaches or whatever from any of this, any potential fracking or uranium mining. Mr. Chair, our province currently has $600 million in liabilities sitting on our public books, or to the sides of them, for contaminated site cleanup. Every year, Mr. Chair, that number, that amount that we dedicate to contaminated mine sites or contaminated sites cleanup goes up and up and up. And it includes things like Boat Harbor, it includes things like the Sydney Steel Corporation, abandoned mine sites, and then other sites. Imagine if we had to add to that list because we didn't protect ourselves in passing this bill that opens up our province to uranium, the potential of uranium mining and hydraulic fracturing. If we didn't protect ourselves from environmental damage due to that work. This is a common sense amendment. I implore the government to actually take a look at it and consider it. And if you need me to, I'll call a recorded vote on it so you can have a minute to consider it. Anyone? Anyone going to take me up on that offer? You can call a recorded vote to get some time. I won't say anything else. It's common sense. All that it does is put all of the responsibility of any kind of disaster or damage on the proponents. Thank you very much.
Shall Amendment NDP 3 carry? No. Defeated. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried. Carried. Okay. Good. Clause 3. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
That's right, isn't it? Yes, thank you, right? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to direct the member's attention to change sheet NDP 4, please. So, here we go. Page 1, Clause 3, delete and substitute the following clause. 3, Chapter 54 of the Acts of 2014, an Act to amend Chapter 342 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Petroleum Resources Act, is amended by adding immediately after Section 2 the following section. 2A, 1. The Minister of Energy shall conduct a 6-month public consultation process respecting any proposed amendment to or repeal of this Act. 2. The public consultation process referred to in subsection 1 must include A, stakeholder consultations, B, an opportunity for members of the public to submit written submissions, C, an opportunity for members of the public to provide submissions virtually, and D, an in-person town hall meeting in every community within the province that is located within 50 kilometers of a natural gas deposit. Page 4. Sorry, I'll just pause for a second and get direction from the clerk. This is all to the whole thing together. Okay. Page 4, clause 21. Delete and substitute the following clause. 21, Chapter 6 of the Acts of 2009, the Uranium Exploration and Mining Prohibition Act, is amended by adding immediately after Section 6 the following section. 6A. 1. The minister shall conduct a 6-month public consultation process respecting any proposed amendment to or repeal of this Act. 2. The public consultation process referred to in subsection 1 must include A, stakeholder consultations, B, an opportunity for members of the public to submit written submissions, C, an opportunity for members of the public to provide submissions virtually, and D, an in-person town hall meeting in every community within the province located within 50 kilometers of a uranium deposit. Mr. Chair, this amendment would basically put a pause on the process of this, of the consideration of hydraulic fracturing or uranium mining until a 6-month comprehensive consultation process takes place. Whether or not we agree with hydraulic fracturing, whether or not we agree that we should be mining uranium in this province, whether or not we think the sky is blue. No, that's a bad example. But like we could say this for any bill that's actually been before this House, in this sitting. We must make sure that we hear from the people of the province and how they feel about this idea. We must be able to consider experiences of people who live in rural areas, people who literally would have mines in their backyard or fracturing sites in their backyard. We need to be able to hear from scientific experts on the specific environmental concerns to do with our province, to do with our geology, to do with our uranium and gas deposits. We can talk about how uranium mining is super safe in Saskatchewan, but my colleague has already alluded to this. First of all, the Saskatchewan uranium projects are very far away from people's homes. We don't have a province as big as Saskatchewan where we can have a uranium mine 500 kilometers away from someone's home because it's just impossible. It's not the way our province is laid out. We have densely populated rural areas. And so everyone near any kind of potential exploration site needs to be consulted. So all that we're doing is asking that we put a pause and that we have a structured, robust 6-month period of consultation. After that, we can come back to this conversation, and it might be a different conversation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Shall Amendment NDP 4 carry? No. Amendment's defeated. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried. Clause 4. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Chair, I sat down from talking about my amendment. I wanted to pop back up and speak to Clause 3.
Can you?
I'll ask the members if there's unanimous consent to go back to Clause 3.
Yes.
I'll ask again. Is there unanimous consent?
Yes.
Yes. So Clause 3. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So Clause 3, without the amendments that we proposed, repeals the ban on fracking in this province. This is a massive change. This change was not something that this government ran on, Mr. Chair. Nobody in the last election talked about removing a ban on fracking. I would put my money on the fact that there was not one conversation on the doorstep about it. I know there's no way to prove that, but I would bet you any amount of money that nobody went to the doors and were like, hey, I'm so-and-so, I'm running for the PCs, and I'm running on a platform to remove the fracking ban from this province. Nobody did that. What people ran on in this province, and it's actually true for all three parties, they ran on healthcare, fixing the housing crisis, and making life more affordable for Nova Scotians. Every single person in this room, with the possible exception of the Independent, because I didn't see your platform, I apologize. Respect. I know that their parties had tenets of all of those things in their platforms. This bill has been brought forward to the floor of this legislature, Mr. Chair, with no warning to the public. No consultation. It won't be paused because an amendment to suggest consultation was just voted down. And as my colleague talked about in an earlier amendment, there has been no consultation with the Mi'kmaq people of this province. There was a rushed meeting with the Council of Mi'kmaq Chiefs while this sitting has been happening, after this bill was presented, and the chiefs had to make a public letter to say that there had been no consultation, and we still haven't heard anything about that consultation. If all of the other parts of this was satisfied, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, the fact that we have not achieved or pursued our duty to consult in this matter makes the fact that this bill should not go forward. So, the question is why? Why are we rushing this through? Why are we not consulting? Why are we convinced that the science is safe when in fact we don't have a ton of science? Why are we lifting a ban that was put in place after extensive consultation, extensive input from community, from science, from the people who are steeped in other natural resources in our province, from the fishing industry, from the forestry industry. All of that work was done. A ban was put in place with all party support, and we're just going to lift it with no consultation. We can't support it. So we will be voting no to this clause.
Shall Clause 3 carry? Yes. There's been a request to record a vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. The clerk shall carry out a recorded vote. Please remain silent during the vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
John Lohr. Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Tom Taggart. Brad Johns.
Yes.
Marco McLeod.
Yes.
Adegoke Fadare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McCrory.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns.
Yes.
Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby.
Yes.
Nick Hilton.
Yes.
Becky Druin. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer. Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Kendra Coombs. Kent Smith.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau. Ryan Robichaud.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery.
Yes.
Krista Gallagher.
No.
Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 35, nays 10.
Clause 3 is carried. Clause 4. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 5 to 6 carry? Carried. Clause 7. Thank you, but I have to ask yet. Shall Clause 7 carry? Carried. Shall Clause 8 to 17 carry? Carried. Clause 18. I recognize the member for Halifax, Civil Sable Island.
I rise on NDP 5, and I'll read through that. So page 3, add immediately after clause 18 the following clause. Chapter 342 is further amended by adding immediately after section 30 the following section. 30A, subclause 1, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change shall report annually to the House of Assembly on the total greenhouse gas emissions of the province. Subsection 2, a report under subsection 1 must include the carbon dioxide and methane emissions from hydraulic fracturing projects in the province in both aggregate and per project amounts. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change shall table the annual report referred to in subsection 1 in the House of Assembly on or before July 31st of the year in which it was completed, or where the House is not then sitting, file it with the Clerk of the House. Renumber accordingly. I think this is fairly straightforward. So, you know, all of this discussion is happening in the context where we have, I think we all want to see action on climate change. I don't think that's, and we're trying to find the path forward. We've made significant legislative commitments. We've made significant national and global commitments about making the green transition so that we actually are able to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and to really move forward on renewable energy and again, the green transition that we all need to, the whole global community needs to undertake. And we want to make it crystal clear so that Nova Scotians can access this information. It's also reflective of our concern that Nova Scotians have not been engaged in this conversation. They need to have the information available to them to make decisions, to participate in discussions. So it's a very simple amendment. I heard somebody say, oh, we already do that. I don't think we quite do it in this form, but someone perhaps can clarify that. But I think this also, you know, this government just repealed the ban on fracking. So this would, in fact, include the impact of fracking on the environment and our climate change goals. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 5 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 18 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall Clause 19 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 20. I recognize the member. Okay, who's speaking? Clause 20. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct the member's attention to NDP, change sheet NDP 6, please. And I'll read the amendment and then speak. Page 4, add immediately after Clause 20 the following part. Part 5, radon gas strategy. 21, the government shall establish a public health and occupational safety strategy aimed at addressing the health and safety risks of radon gas. Renumber accordingly. So, Mr. Chair, again, this is kind of a common sense amendment. We have radon in this province, and radon causes lung cancer. So I will just tell you quickly, I have put offers in on 3 homes in my life. One I did not buy, one I did buy, and the second one I did buy. All 3 of them. Every time I put an offer in and did a home inspection, there was radon in the home. So that's 3 for 3 for me. And then I hear people who like get their, you know, a house next door or a house down the street or whatever, they do a radon test because I'm like, you should get your house tested for radon. And there's no radon. So it's super strange the way it works. Like there's areas where radon is heavier and more present, and then there's areas that aren't, but even in the areas where, like North Dartmouth or North End Halifax, where radon is present, it might not be present everywhere. And people, honestly, folks, do not know about the risks of radon. Still, this is my third time around buying a house. I was very, very knowledgeable of it. But my first time, which was like only 5 years before, I had no idea, and it was my realtor actually who said you should get radon testing done. It's not an. It's wonderful that my realtor suggested that. It's not a thing that realtors have to suggest. It's not a thing that has to be done in order to get insurance or anything like that in your home. I think there's like so much that we need to be talking about with radon. And as someone else said, I forget if it was at the Public Bills Committee, but somebody was talking about how mitigation for radon is actually quite simple in most cases. We have, the libraries have radon testing kits that you can borrow from the libraries. Our MLA offices, if you work with the Lung Association, you can have radon kits to lend out in the community. the wait list for radon kits in my office is always like there's always a wait list for the radon kits. It's becoming something that is more known about, but we have to do so much more. And so basically all this is saying is that if we're going to do this, folks, then again, another safety, a mitigating or a safety, I forget the word I'm looking for, but just something a measure, a backstop in all of this would be to make sure that we are like doing best practices completely in radon testing and radon awareness, and pay for radon testing for folks. We need to know. And people need to be able to mitigate the radon risks in their homes. It is the second highest cause of lung cancer in Nova Scotia, next to smoking. It's a real thing, and it's odorless, and it's heavy, so it stays in basements. It's really important that we do something about this. Even outside of the conversation of this bill, we should be doing more about radon in this province, and this clause, this amendment, simply will make it that the government launches a strategy. That's all we're asking. Please support it.
Shall Amendment NDP 6 carry? Amendment's defeated. Clause 20. Shall Clause 20 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 21. I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we've talked about this. We are very concerned that there has not been adequate consultation with Nova Scotians. The government has not fulfilled its constitutional responsibilities and treaty responsibilities with the Mi'kmaq Nation. And we have proposed in an early amendment putting in place those steps and requirements around consultation. We proposed in an earlier amendment fulfilling those responsibilities, also gathering more of the information that we need, that Nova Scotians need. So we think, we've been asking lots of questions about the business case and what's really there for Nova Scotians. So we think that this needs to, this is not an appropriate measure at this time. We don't think it has the support of Nova Scotians, and we don't know enough about it yet, and so we will be voting against this. But we have offered lots and lots of ideas of other steps we could take that would work both towards the government's objective of better understanding uranium in Nova Scotia, and also be much more respectful to the concerns and rights of Nova Scotians.
Shall Amendment NDP 7? Sorry, I couldn't see you there. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, it's not.
Okay, sorry.
It's literally just getting rid of the clause.
Have you guys done number 7 yet?
Shall Amendment NDP 7 carry? There's been a call for recorded vote. The bells shall ring till the whips are...
On what? What are we doing here?
There's been a call for recorded vote. So okay, guys, what are we doing here? I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
On Clause 21, we are requesting a recorded vote. We had thought that the member for Cumberland North had stood to speak to Clause 21, but then, in fact, the member wants to speak to the added Clause 22. So on Clause 21, we are calling for a recorded vote.
Order, please. Second. We are on NDP 7 amendment. The member from Cumberland North sat back down again, and no one else stood up on that.
This is the amendment, right? She's going to move the amendment.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to extend my thanks to all members who allowed us to make sure we were on track and all talking about the same thing. You know, we really want to be able to debate some of these ideas that we've heard from stakeholders and that we're bringing forward. And, you know, I think, you know, I guess the urge could be to try and, like, because we were slow in getting up, to try and silence us. But I really appreciate that that's not what's happening in the House this afternoon. So I'd like to move NDP 7. I'll read that. Page 4, add immediately after clause 21, the following part. Part 6, well strategy. 22. The government shall establish a strategy for increasing the rate of water quality testing of private wells used for drinking water in households across the province. And the strategy must include public education and access to financial support for that purpose. So I'll just speak quickly to that amendment. So, you know, when we, one of the documents I previously tabled in here was actually a map produced by the former Department of Mines, now the Department of Natural Resources. The latest dated one that I have is from 2020, basically mapping out where uranium has been found in people's well water. So I think that's another source of information about what are the uranium deposits in this province. But at the same time, we know that for lots of people, the cost of getting your well tested on an annual basis is prohibitive. We've got 40% of Nova Scotians on well water. I've certainly lived on well water at different points in my life. And you want to know that what's going in your body is safe. We want to be able to support people to do that. And I really think in this province, we should make sure that every Nova Scotian household who has a well has the capacity to test that water on an annual basis. I believe that's like the recommendation. And people aren't able to follow it. And I don't think people are not following it because they don't want to. I think because it's another cost that doesn't necessarily fit into that month's budget. So we think we can do much better testing our well water. And I think, based on the research that I've done and the conversations I've had, it could be another important source of information around what's happening under the ground in this province. And with that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the amendment I wanted to speak to, and I want to stand in strong support of this amendment. And the members have heard me speak about free well water testing here in the chamber before, so it's not anything new. But I do want to stand in support of this amendment. We know that water is, healthy water is a very important part of having healthy outcomes here, not just here, but around the world. And one of the reasons I've always felt strongly about this, but more so in the last year, Mr. Chair, I've had patients, constituents come to me from Cumberland County that unfortunately are suffering from this mysterious neurodegenerative illness that in New Brunswick media, they refer to it as the mystery brain illness. So we have people here in Nova Scotia, in Cumberland County, that are suffering with this. And there are some people, some of the patients in New Brunswick that have this did find they had arsenic in their water, and when they changed their water source, their symptoms changed and started to get better. So we know that Nova Scotia, in some areas of Nova Scotia, there are high levels of arsenic in the water, and that is included in Cumberland County. And that's one of the reasons that I believe there should be better access to well water testing. Now, my research says that it's about between $150 and $300, depending on what's being tested, to get your well water tested here in Nova Scotia. And for some people, that is cost prohibitive. And if you're living in a municipality that has infrastructure that has water, water does cost. You do pay a water bill, but you don't have the cost of the well. And for homeowners, cost of a new well is, well, depending on who installs it, could be between $20,000 and $30,000. So it's
it's a big cost, and it is important that people have access to healthy drinking water here in the province of Nova Scotia. So I'll just mention some of the other things that are found here in Nova Scotia in well water. So you have arsenic, uranium, lead, nitrates, coliform, E. coli bacteria, manganese, and iron are some of the more common things that are found in well water here in Nova Scotia. And some of the reasons why well water testing is a good idea is for health protection. Many of these contaminants have no taste or smell, so people think they're drinking healthy water, and they have no idea that it's not safe for them. And there was one of the presenters at Public Bills Committee, he was a geologist, and he and I spoke after his presentation. He felt that even a one-time testing would be better than nothing to test for some of the chemicals. If you tested for uranium or arsenic, that even a one-time test would be better than nothing. So even if, what I had asked in question period is if the minister would consider doing a pilot up in our area, considering this illness and considering that we have many people that are suffering and there's an unknown origin of cause. The neurologists that are involved in this neurodegenerative illness that have patients, they do believe that there is environmental factors causing the illness, and water very well could be one of those. So for those reasons, I support this amendment posed by the NDP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall Amendment NDP 7 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 21 carry? Carried. Okay. Is that for recording? There's a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring till the whips are satisfied. Order, please.
It makes a good target.
There's been a request for a recorded vote. I ask the clerks to carry out a recorded vote now. During the voting process, I ask members to please rise to their feet, wait for their microphone to light up, and to give their answer loud and clear. Other than that, I ask members in the chamber to please remain silent. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
John Lohr. Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Marco McLeod.
Yes.
Adegoke Fadare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Brad McGowan. Kyle McCory.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns.
Yes.
Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby.
Yes.
Nick Hilton.
Yes.
Becky Druin. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer. Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Kendra Coombs. Kent Smith.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau. Ryan Robichaux.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery.
Yes.
Krista Gallagher.
No.
Rod Wilson.
No.
Lena Hamid.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 35, nays 11.
Clause is carried. Shall Schedule A, the Agricultural Weed Control Act, carry? Carried. Shall Clause B, the Agrologist Act, carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. The committee will take a brief recess to pass out change sheets and to report the next bill. Order. I recognize the Government House Leader.
What am I doing here? Bill 68?
Call the bill.
Mr. Chair, could you please call Bill 68?
Bill 68, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 68 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 18, 2025, and contains 43 clauses and 2 schedules.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Clause 2. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried. Clause 3. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to move an amendment that's listed on change sheet NDP 1. And that is as follows. Page 1, add immediately after Clause 3 the following heading and clause. Part 2, electric vehicle rebate program. 4, no purchase of any product manufactured by Tesla Incorporated or by an associated corporation of Tesla Incorporated, as determined under the Income Tax Act Canada, is eligible for any rebate or grant provided by the government of the province through the Electrify Nova Scotia rebate program. Renumber and change cross-references accordingly. Mr. Chair, my son is going to have to learn a hard lesson today. Sometimes you got to stand up for what you believe in. He is a big fan of Teslas. He plans to own many Teslas. Every time we see a Tesla, we have to stop and look at the Tesla. He's very excited by them. He thinks they're awesome. However, there are other options for us in Canada for electric vehicles. And the owner of Tesla happens to have allied himself with a man who is waging economic war on our country. And this is a small way to take a stand against that and to simply not rebate anyone who buys a Tesla from here on in. I mean, if you've already got your Tesla, you got your rebate, great. But from going forward, we suggest that for now, Teslas don't get the Electrify Nova Scotia rebate. That's it. I hope you'll support it. Thanks. Yep.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Chair, we just request a short recess, please.
Is it agreed? The committee will go into a short recess. Order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, hello there, Mr. Chair. I would like to move a sub-amendment to the amendment. I move that the proposed change be amended by adding new immediately after no.
Shall the sub-amendment carry? Carried. Carried. Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? Carried. Carried.
Everybody go home. Don't get better than this.
Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 4 to 21 carry? Carried. Clause 22. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would draw everyone's attention to CWHB NDP 2. Somehow I think this one won't be quite as easy. Well, you never know. So this amendment deals with the vaunted tax relief in this budget that this provision operationalizes, and we support that tax relief, but we want to make sure that it goes as much as possible to the people who need it the most. And so what this provision that looks kind of complicated purports to do is to raise that basic personal amount for folks who earn under $100,000. Keeps the indexing in place, but the folks who earn the top 5% of the incomes in our province probably don't need that increased personal amount, and instead we would redirect those amounts to the affordable living tax credit. And the affordable living tax credit is one of those things that we don't talk about very much, but that is actually a really, really effective thing for the people who are able to take advantage of it. It bridges that gap for low income earners because many people who really are living on the margins of this province don't pay tax, of course. But there are those who do, and they work hard and they pay tax, and it is onerous. And so the affordable living tax credit is one of the things we've had in our tax code for a long time that really helps those folks. And so many advocates, in particular, I can think of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, have long advocated to increase those amounts, that increasing the amount of the affordable living tax credit is actually the best way to help people out of poverty. And so that's what we are attempting to do with this provision. I think that should be pretty clear, and I hope that my colleagues will support it. And so I would like to move the following amendment on CWHB NDP 2. Page 4, subclause 22, sub 1, delete 11,744 and propose subsection 1 and substitute 8,744. Page 5, subclause 22, sub 3, delete and substitute 3, subsection 10B, sub 2 of Chapter 217 as enacted by Chapter 6 of the Acts of 2017 is amended by striking out 25,000 wherever it appears and substituting 100,000 in each case. Page 10, add after Clause 35 the following clause. 36, Section 80 of Chapter 217 as enacted by Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2000 and amended by Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2010, Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2022, and Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2024 is further amended by adding immediately after subsection 1 the following subsections. 1A, the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, upon coming into force of this subsection, shall amend the regulations respecting the Nova Scotia Affordable Living Tax Credit to A, increase the payments to eligible individuals by not less than $263.70 annually, and B, raise the income eligibility threshold to an amount not less than $45,000. 2A, the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, upon the coming into force of this subsection, shall amend the regulations respecting the Nova Scotia Affordable Living Tax Credit and the Nova Scotia Poverty Reduction Credit to index all payments and eligibility criteria under those credits to the Consumer Price Index for Nova Scotia as determined by Statistics Canada. Renumber and change cross-references accordingly.
Shall Amendment NDP 2 carry? Amendment's defeated. Shall 22 carry? Carried. Clause 23. Shall 23 carry? Clause 24. Shall Clause 24 carry? Clause 25. Shall Clause 25 carry? Carried. Clause 26. Shall Clause 26 carry? Carried. Clause 27 to 33. Shall Clause 27 to 33 carry? Carried. Clause 34. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have an amendment, Lib 1, page 10, clause 34, renumber subclause 3 as 4 and add immediately after subclause 2 the following subclause. 3, section 40 of chapter 217 as enacted by chapter 4 of the Acts 2000 and amended by chapter 6 of the Acts of 2005. Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2010, Chapter 8 of the Acts of 2011, Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2012, Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2013, Chapter 6 of the Acts of 2017, Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2020, and Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2024 is further amended by adding immediately after subsection 6 the following subsections. 6A, for the purpose of calculating the tax payable for the 2026 taxation year and subsequent taxation years, the amount expressed in dollars in Clause 6D must be adjusted so that the amount referred to in that clause is the total of A, the amount that would be used under Clause 6D for the immediately preceding taxation year before it had been rounded to a whole dollar, B, the product obtaining by multiplying the amount referred to in Clause A by I, this Consumer Price Index for the province published under Statistics Act, Canada, as calculated for the period as determined under the regulations, or 2, the amount determined by an order of the Governor and Council. 6B, where the amount to which subsection 6A applies is not multiple of $1 when adjusted as provided in that subsection, it must be rounded to the nearest dollar, or where equidistant, must be rounded to the higher dollar. So what the heck did I just say? It is essentially indexing the small business threshold, the tax that small businesses would be paying, which effectively keeps them, when small businesses grow, it keeps them from entering into the full corporate tax rate. And of course, this would help to not have a perverse incentive for growth. And if small businesses continue to grow, they would no longer be set into the new taxation rate. And every year we are indexing other categories, including our budgets and our constituency office and things like that. Income assistance is indexed, and we even have income tax brackets indexed. So I think it'd be only fair to help our small business community with indexing their tax bracket that they fit in. So I move that motion. Thank you.
We're good. Yep. I recognize the member for Halifax, Chiboucto.
Mr. Chair, I will be brief with my remarks on Clause 34. Small business owners sacrifice a lot to start their own businesses that they believe in. They're creating jobs, they're selling local products, they're serving the communities every day. As a small business owner myself, I understand the risks and the rewards that you take when you go on your own. There are many small business owners in the room, or people who have had small businesses, and so we have a good idea. When times get tough, small businesses are the ones that likely feel the impact the most. While the 1% tax cut the government has proposed is a great start, it's not really enough to help small businesses across the province, especially while we face American tariffs. The security net that exists in other professions, I want to remind the room, that aren't the same for entrepreneurs. We don't have maternity leave, small business owners don't have maternity leave, we don't have EI benefits, and that's incredibly stressful on small business owners. When your circumstances change, which they will, when you're growing your family or times are tough, you can really feel like you're on your own. And New Democrats know that that shouldn't be the way. We need to do everything we can to incentivize growth and development in small businesses, and there are many ways we can do that. Payroll deduction supports to help small businesses hire even more team members, wage subsidies as we transition to higher wages, and more supports, more programs with teeth that help small businesses instead of give contracts to large businesses like Sobeys. Most of all, we need the government that listens to small businesses and owners, and that makes policies that responds to their needs. I appreciate the amendments that my colleague has put forward today. I think they're great, and I believe that we will be supporting them. Thank you.
Shall Amendment Liberal 1 carry? Amendment's defeated. Shall Clause 34 carry? Carried. Clause 35 to 37. Shall Clause 35 to 37 carry? Carried. Clause 38. I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to be introducing an amendment. I'm going to just talk about it for a minute because the amendment's way longer than the good idea requires. So looking at the non-resident deed transfer tax. So this is a bit of a variation on theme, as I said in second reading of the FMA. The last time around that we were talking about this idea that we would, in fact, impose penalties on folks from away buying property in Nova Scotia. A couple things were happening. We were still experiencing rapid population growth and really feeling the pressure. But the other thing that happened is actually that there was a huge amount of backlash. And I think, and I've gotten dozens of letters. I have a pile of them printed out here if anyone hasn't received them and wants to get a flavor of what they're all about, expressing concern about this particular proposal. I have more of a background in macroeconomics, not microeconomics, and so tax policy is not my specialty. However, when I look at the budget, this proposal is only going to bring in an additional $13 million if it fulfills itself, right? So like, it's an estimate. That's why we're talking about estimates. But the goal, I guess, the estimate number that's been put in there is that it would bring in an extra $13 million on our, revenue of $13 billion. And so it's actually not a substantial amount of money in the course of our budget for the type of outcry. And I think the outcry that we're hearing is really this concern about that draw back to Nova Scotia. So people wanted this most of what we're concerned about is folks who have moved away and want to move back. We also had the example of someone serving in the military and who plans on coming back. That's certainly a very specific and precise story that happened in my family. So my uncle and aunt, my uncle was in the military, and they bought their home in Berwick before they got to come to their home in Berwick. They bought some land in Blomidon before they got to go to their land in Blomidon because they knew that this is where they wanted to be. So of course they're sitting in, in that case they were posted to Germany, but they're sitting in another country, but they know this is where they want to be. So what we're proposing is really taking on this challenge to think as Team Canada. And so the proposal, what it does is it limits the application of the non-resident deed transfer tax to folks who are not Canadian citizens. And so what that means is folks in the military who are posted and, you know, they have 20 years ahead of them posting, but they know they want to live here, they won't be dinged for extra tax when they buy a property here, and so on and so forth. And this is consistent. No other province has a non-residence deed transfer tax that includes Canadians. Ontario and BC have non-residence deed transfer tax that include non-Canadian residents. So this would align with what's happening in other provinces and really demonstrate that we, in fact, you know, are on Team Canada and we're on Team Nova Scotia. We want people to not feel like they have to be penalized to purchase property. And so, see, it's more interesting than what I'm about to read, but I'm going to read the very long amendment to say all that. So pages 10 to 12, clauses 38. Renumber as clause 39. Page 10, immediately before clause 39, as renumbered, the following clause. Section 2 of the schedule to Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2022, the Non-Resident Deed Transfer Tax Act, as amended by Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, is further amended by striking out clause 1 and substituting the following clause. 1. Non-resident means an individual who is not a Canadian citizen, a permanent resident of Canada, or a person who is resident in Canada through a provincial nominee program. Or 2, a corporation that is not a resident of Canada. B is striking out of the province in clause R, and C is striking out clauses. Page 10, clause 39, as renumbered. Delete of the Acts of 2022, the Non-Resident Deed Transfer Tax Act. Page 11, add immediately after clause 39, as renumbered, the following clauses. 40, subsection 1, clause 5, subsection 1, subsection G of the schedule to Chapter 4 is amended by striking out of the province. Section 2, subsection 5 of that of the schedule to Chapter 4 is amended by striking out Nova Scotia. 3, subsection 5, subsection 7 of the schedule to Chapter 4 is amended by striking out of the province. Clause 40, section 41, clause 6(3)(c) of the schedule to Chapter 4 is amended by striking out the province wherever it appears and substituting Canada in each case. Page 11, add immediately after clause 40 the following clause. 41. The schedule to Chapter 4 is further amended by adding immediately after section 26 the following section. Notwithstanding any other enactment, money collected through the tax under this act may only be used for the creation of non-market housing. Renumber and change references accordingly. And so I think that this helps address the controversy that we've seen before over these ideas. It helps us really reflect our commitment to Team Nova Scotia and Team Canada, and also addresses the concerns that we've had previously around the pressure on the housing market from out-of-province buyers, but in this case, it would be pressure from folks who are not Canadians, and I hope that you will support this.
Shall Amendment NDP 3 carry? No. Amendment's defeated. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Sorry. Mr. Chair, can I still speak to that clause? Yes? Okay, good. Mr. Chair, I just want to speak to clause 38, Non-Resident Deed Transfer Tax Act, and I believe that should be repealed, completely removed from this bill. I believe it's a mistake. increasing this non-resident deed transfer tax. Up in my area, up in my neck of the woods, I'm actually hearing people complain about the 5%. So increasing it to 10% is a disaster, in my opinion. It's sending the wrong message that it's saying basically outsiders aren't welcome, and it's closing the door on business and opportunity for Nova Scotia. For a premier that's talking about removing interprovincial trade barriers, this is doing the exact opposite. This is an interprovincial trade barrier. Increasing the non-resident deed transfer tax to 10% is an interprovincial trade barrier. The reality is Canada is one country, and when a government taxes Canadians from other provinces at a higher rate for simply choosing to live or invest in Nova Scotia, it undermines the constitutional principles as well of free movement and trade. And some would argue Section 121 of the Constitution Act guarantees free trade between provinces. A punitive tax aimed at non-residents of the province could face legal challenges as an unfair barrier to that freedom. And effectively, we are putting up a not welcome sign at our borders from Canadians, from our fellow Canadians, at a time that we should be unifying and becoming stronger as a country. This also creates Nova Scotia as an outlier in Canada. No other province in Canada has a non-resident deed transfer tax at 5%, let alone 10%. And this kind of increase could make Nova Scotia the most expensive province in Canada for non-residents to purchase property, even more than BC or Ontario. And it does risk damaging our reputation as a welcoming place for investment, immigration, and tourism. My third point is the economic consequences could be severe. Non-resident buyers support real estate industry, construction sector, and local trades. They help create jobs and bring in tax revenue through property taxes and local spending. This non-resident deed transfer tax increase will penalize them, and it could put a chill on investment and reduce demand. And I know that one of the arguments that the Minister of Finance often uses is that we need properties for houses for people here in Nova Scotia, but the reality is most cottages, at least up in our area, are not year-round cottages. They are seasonal. They're not winterized, and this is going to unfairly punish people that people that are trying to sell. Our residents up in Cumberland North that are trying to sell properties. This is penalizing them. This tax could result in fewer real estate transactions, less construction, and job losses in sectors that depend on a strong housing market. Fourth, Mr. Chair, the federal government already has a tax in place for non-residents. It's called the Federal Underused Housing Tax, and it already applies a 1% on the value of vacant or underused residential properties owned by non-residents. So our Canadian government, our federal government are already have a non-resident tax in place. It also, again, sends the wrong message about Nova Scotia. We have a reputation for welcoming and being friendly, so we shouldn't be doing anything to discourage people from moving here and punishing them. There are better ways to tackle the housing affordability issue. If that is the goal, if that is the purpose, underlying purpose of increasing this deed transfer tax to 10%, if we need to increase housing, let's find better ways to do it, like speed up permitting, encouraging development on underused land, which we have plenty of that here in the province. This tax does not build a single new home. It simply targets people based on where they come from, other Canadians, fellow Canadians. So, Mr. Chair, I believe that this section of the bill should be repealed completely and removed.
Shall Clause 38 carry? Carried. Clauses 39 to 43. Shall Clause 39 to 43 carry? Carried. Shall the schedules carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Government Deputy House Leader.
Chair, I ask that you call Bill number 30, Windsor Curling Club Continuation Act.
Bill 30, an act to authorize the Windsor Curling Club to convert to society under the Societies Act. I recognize the clerk. You want this?
Chair, Bill 30 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Private Local Bills without amendments on March 20th, 2025, and contains 5 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 2 to 5 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Shall the title carry?
Carried.
Carried. Shall the bill carry?
Carried.
It's carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Government Deputy House Leader.
Chair, would you please call Bill number 48, an act to incorporate the trustees of the 3rd Cornwallis or Billtown Baptist Church, Kings County, an act to amend.
Bill 48, an act to amend Chapter 211 of the Acts of 1902, an act to incorporate the trustees of the 3rd Cornwallis and Billtown Baptist Church, Kings County. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 48 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Private Local Bills without amendments, and that was on March 20th, 2025, and the bill contains 4 clauses.
Is there debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Government House Leader.
This is a great bill.
This is a great bill. This is a great bill.
Thank you for your input. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 2 to 4 carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? You got ahead of me. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that you rise and report progress on the bills back to the House.
The committee will recess while we set up.
The Committee on the Whole House on Bills report.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bills. Bill 6 and 12 without amendments, and Bills 36 and 68 with certain amendments. And the Chair has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favorable consideration of this House.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker. We did them all, didn't we? Have a member vote? Oh, that's fine. Madam Speaker, this concludes government business for today. I move that the House do now rise to meet again March 24th between the hours of 4 and 10. Following the daily routine will be third reading.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on Monday, March 24th from the hours of 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until Monday, March 24th.